enterochromaffin cells,
Hey.
that line the passageways of the gut. And those enterochromaffin cells produce a substance called hydroxytryptophan. And hydroxytryptophan is the precursor element to make serotonin. And then, has everyone heard of serotonin? Serotonin causes you to feel, oh, I think I've got this, and if you've got enough serotonin, it's sort of like you can turn your thinking off.
Okay. I'm going to restart that.
Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing that we have a brain downstairs here, and there is more nerve fibre in the brain of the gut down here than there is in the whole of your spinal cord.
That's the key right there. The primary brain. You got to put this on Instagram.
Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing that we have a brain downstairs here, and there is more nerve fibre in the brain of the gut down here than there is in the whole of your spinal cord. Wow. Yes. It is so important. Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing that we have a brain downstairs here, and there is more nerve fibre in the brain of the gut down here than there is in the whole of your spinal cord. Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing that we have a brain downstairs here, and there is more nerve fibre in the brain of the gut down here than there is in the whole of your spinal cord. Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing that we have a brain downstairs here, and there's more nerve fibre in the brain of the gut down here than there is in the whole of your spinal cord. Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing that we have a brain downstairs here, and there's more nerve fibre in the brain of the gut down here than there is in the whole of your spinal cord. Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing that we have a brain downstairs here, and there's more nerve fibre in the brain of the gut down here than there is in the whole of your spinal cord. Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing that we have a brain downstairs here, and there's more nerve fibre in the brain of the gut down here than there is in the whole of your spinal cord. Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing that we have a brain downstairs here, and there's more nerve fibre in the brain of the gut down here than there is in the whole of your spinal cord. Welcome to the brain of the gut. It is so amazing.
Boom.
Because 95% of most all the neurotransmitters, you've got gastrin, you've got secretin, you have acetylcholine, you have dopamine, you have serotonin, you have cholecystokinin, you have oxytocin. You've got an enormous array of neurotransmitters and things. And these neurotransmitters are primarily made in the brain of the gut. It is amazing to me, in the research that I've done, which is really meticulous, unbelievably meticulous, but I've looked at civilization, and I can tell you that civilizations that were really without grain, they had no mental deterioration.
Hey.
on all the grains, not the seeds, because seeds are fine, nuts are fine, but grain. So as you've got rice, you've got wheat, you've got rye, you've got corn, you've got barley, you've got oats. They're probably the bigger ones, aren't they? For the most part. All of them have fungus and mould and even sterilised surface of these grains. Interiorly, they're often having around about 25 different strains of fungus alone, and they're made up out of spores, which really can quickly turn to fungus, actually. Neurotransmitters in the brain and the gut. There's lots of neurotransmitters. Does everybody know what a neurotransmitter is? It's a chemical substance where you've got a nerve fibre, and then you've got a space between this nerve, right, and the next nerve. You have a space, it's called a synapse. And that synapse needs to have chemicals come into it, and those chemicals cause conduction of the nerve electrical activity from this nerve to the next nerve. So you need neurotransmitters, and those neurotransmitters, in particular serotonin and dopamine, have to be in a balance. And we have enterochromaffin cells that line the passageways of the gut. And those enterochromaffin cells produce a substance called hydroxytryptophan. And hydroxytryptophan is the precursor element to make serotonin. And then, has everyone heard serotonin? Serotonin causes you to feel, I think I've got this, and if you've got enough serotonin, it's sort of like you can turn your thinking off. Something could be sort of bothering you, but you can just turn your thinking off. But when you don't have serotonin, thinking is just running. Things that occur like, can't turn your thinking off, can't turn your feeling, can't turn your hearing, can't turn your visual pictures off, you see, without enough serotonin. Other things which occur is it radically affects blood flow through to the brain. And all neurological conditions are primarily affected as a result of not having proper blood flow to various regions of the brain. And that is the reason behind the vast majority of conditions of bipolar and schizophrenic types of conditions. You've got all sorts of minimal brain dysfunction and behavioural disorders from minimal brain dysfunction, including conditions like Asperger's and certain forms of autism, and then you've got all sorts of other conditions that can occur where people can sort of have tics and things, with unsort of controlled movements and things. We're going to talk just a little bit about this. That's called tardive dyskinesia. And the answer out there, which is really very poor, it's horrific actually, is let's do what we can to cause the person to become in jail in themselves, and let's just numb them down with a synthetic, and only synthetic is used, and that's all, which is very radical. But I do see also people healing up from conditions. Okay, let's go next. After just seeing a picture, of nature, or you could even see a little video of someone like Mother Therese, or someone that people in the world feel, this is such an amazing person because they devoted their life to assist us. When we see pictures, sort of, it reminds us a little bit of this. It causes serotonin to be raised. It causes immune function to be raised. We're really meant to live more in a world which is not symmetrical, but everything about the world is more round and more angular and things, and there's really nothing symmetrical here, nothing at all. But if we look around where in the room we are, there is not a single thing in the room except the coats a bit that's perhaps a little bit off the square. So we live in a world which is just really square, and everything is up and down, and our brain and our being can't really function in a world like this. It's very artificial, and studies show that if you, other than have that curve and the organics and things, your brain slowly starts to be more and more and more orientated to be more linear and sequential. We become more left brain functioned and like more computer orientated and things. And the artistic, creative component of ourselves, which is enhanced as a result of flowers and trees. So I recommend getting rid of all your furniture in your home, everything, and emptying it out. Do not have any heavy furniture, heavy couches, or fixed seating. You should do everything you can that if you've got a home, then attention should come into bringing nature back into your home. We're meant to have nature. We have to bring the outdoors indoors, right? You've got to, and sort of feel like there is nothing. You can't feel the war or anything. So we really have to do things a little bit more like this, because it creates a tranquility. How beautiful it is to actually have the sound of running water in your mind. How amazing to hear water running. A fountain. You have a beautiful sound of nature. Gosh, it's so beautiful. We should not have any reading material anywhere in the kitchen. You should absolutely not have any reading material in your living room. Reading material should be just one spot, and no one should be able to cast their eyes continuously to everything written. There should be no reading material in the bathroom, and certainly nothing in the bedroom. But you could bring things in, but you should take them back out again. And then for your guests and everyone that comes in, for your own self, we should be empty of written words and things in your home, except for a small place where it's controlled, and then everything that's about your past, with pictures or anything like that, should be in just one place. And it should not be in a place where you perpetually are seeing this, because it's going to cause you to be, oh yeah, that's right, my past. It's like, it's like dragging you back into your past. You know, somebody's not feeling so good, and they say, hey, would you like to have a look at an album? It's like, uh-oh. A person goes back into the past, and poof, they're no longer in this timelessness, which is no such thing as now. It's timeless. There's no such thing as present. It's timeless. It's not future, not past, and there's no such thing as sort of present. It's just timeless. This is a state of I. But that's another story. All right. We really very much come from an environment, and we really are frugivores. When we err from that, we're not actually having a proper digestive condition to be able to produce neurotransmitters and things. There's a lot of tyrosinase in all vitamin C-like substances, and that's so vital for having proper health. That tyrosinase is the substance necessary to be able to make norepinephrine and epinephrine from your kidneys, the little saddles that sit above your kidneys back here. They produce substances called norepinephrine and epinephrine, and that causes you to go, and it causes you to feel a little excited, feels like you'd be a little bit turned on with things that you're doing and things. But there's lots of adrenal exhaustion, and hey, who's eating food like this? Who's really eating food? This is least mod, and all other food for the most part is really dermot, basically. Okay. All the grains and the beans are extremely high in phosphates, make you fart like crazy. They're going to cause you to be a little bit weird in your energy and things, and feel like, sort of feeling like pending doom, you know, but like things seem to be okay, but like, why am I feeling a little pending doom? It's like, you know, grains and beans are extremely high in phosphates. It's very soluble salt, and that's how we that's the primary poison that's in the pharmaceutical industry. It's the primary poison in agriculture is phosphates, right? Rat poison, insecticides, pesticides, herbicides, they all use phosphates, and that will kill you. Grains and beans will slowly just take your life quick, because you're building up calcium phosphate in your body, and that's an example of what's in the brain, in the ovaries, prostate, all through the legs here and stuff, you know. So you can see that leaf smut really is it's 5 parts calcium and 2 parts phosphate. Grains, you've got 20 parts phosphate and only 1 calcium. Beans, 40 parts phosphate, 1 calcium. Flesh is 200 parts phosphate to 1 calcium. Spirulina, 2,000 parts phosphate to 1 calcium. It's radical, okay? You could have some little bits of something like this, but you've really got to be careful. Okay, next. I think anything that we've already done as the pictures, we're going to be quick through because people can see this in other programs, and we should get to the main stuff. Our eyes are really drawn more for bright things as pick me, and they're jumping out like that, and we naturally have a feeling to be easily able to get this as it's fallen, and there really is no feeling when you pick an apple up, isn't there, that's fallen. But when somebody sees a big fat steer in the paddock, what have they got to do for food? People who are flesh eaters. When you see an apple under a tree, you just walk over and you pick the apple up under the tree, you know, you munch on it, and there really is no feeling about that. You and I were meant to be part of that tree's strategy, right? We're frugivores, you know, we come away and we just throw the pit away, you know, and that's where that possibly can grow. And we've taken it away from the tree. And the tree, the fruits of trees all became from galls, which is some infectedness, which the tree learned to be able to adapt and adjust itself to be able to have some ability for itself to have seed and then for that to be dispersed. But when we see a big fat cow, you know, it's actually a steer because they primarily kill the male cows which they have castrated. So they call them steers in English. You see a big fat steer in the paddock, and what's somebody got to do? They have to kill it, don't they? And do you have any feeling when you kill something? Yeah, humans sure do. They sure do. But now, something has to happen to some people to be able to kill the animal, you know what I mean? We have to put them in a cold colour, which is up in the sky. So we quickly have to decide, well, there's a group of people which we're going to create armed prostitutes of these people, and they're going to commit legalised sin for us. We have to do something, and we have to cut their hair quickly, we have to strip them to be half naked, and we have to put them in a blue colour so that we're going to code their heart so it won't respond. And we must put her in a warm colour, and we have to put an instrument of generative form, which is her form of herself as a human, and then we have to put an instrument of unhappiness quickly in his hands. That's a gun or a syringe, you know, and say, go play junkie with that. And there has to be an enforced ritualised learning to get the boy to come to be able to be the slaughterhouseman, which out of the 220 odd jobs, occupations that's listed in these surveys and things that's done, that's the bottom job. Nobody wants that. And there's like 42 jobs, and all those jobs are occupied by males. And so, you know, as a society, we have to really have a pool of slaves that would commit legalised sin. And so we have to do things to code the person's heart, to have a lifestyle which is a debauchery, actually, a serious debauchery, and on the sufferedness of the pain of animals and things. But there is a karmicness that's related to life like this, and that's the destruction of the earth, destruction of our body, and the madness that we see of people in institutes and non-in institutes. But if we could move back to nature, and we could begin somewhat again, we could notice that we can have an absolute healing more, especially if we were able to do leaf smut. Okay, next. So in this, all through the gut, we have linings that produce hydroxytryptophan, which is the precursor ingredient to make serotonin. We also produce dopamine, and we produce acetylcholine, and all these neurotransmitters. Without proper gut health, there really is not much going on. And then we have our enteric nervous system, and ELF, extremely low frequency waves, impinge upon the spine, and you're able to have gut feelings about things, and you feel intuitive about things. And this intuitiveness can be not present properly in persons who have sort of conditions that relate to the gut, and cleaning up everything in the gut causes a person's energy and motion to become better. Okay. Our primary condition really is more playful, and playfulness is our condition that creates harmony. You know, where as you have harmony in your nest so beautifully, it is because of your playfulness. Yes, right. Where our true state of being is more playful, and when people are very serious.
Aww.
But our voice is really sort of more like this, a sort of rolling and a slightly little bit of slurredness, and that causes us to feel relaxed, you know. And but then neurotransmitters not really being present properly can cause our language to become clipped. And you better do this, and I'm exaggerating this so you can get it, but this is a clip type of language. And that clip type of language is coming from the amygdala and the tegmentum, which we're going to talk a little bit about, but that's all about aversion, which aversion is repugnance, avoidance, you know, feeling inhibited, feeling sort of dissociated, you know, feeling fragmented and incongruent types of behaviour and things. But this is our primary condition, is really sort of more playful, and that is something, as we sort of have a health somewhat, we really are more creative and we have our playful selves. But then as stresses kind of come on with life more, and our condition kind of not got better really, but got worse, there is all sort of deterioration until finally, actually what creates harmony in your home, wherever you have a beautiful harmoniousness, you have a playfulness. Yes. And playfulness is really causes this gorgeous flow. And where there's no playfulness, people need to really just, you know, Jesus, you need to feel a little more elevated rather than like walking around, they're just going boom, you know, and they're just like digging their heels in when they walk. Bam, bam, bam. I mean, it's serious, like they have no idea. But it's heavy walking, like poof, poof, hard. And they always slump like that when they talk to somebody, slumped, very flat sort of voice and things, or a clipped type of voice. Okay, so that's all aversion. You know. Okay, next.
Quick pause. Check chat. So Doyle, I told you, man, we could fix that. This is Dr. Jubb. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but he's the one who certified me. Okay, this talk is in Sweden. Let's see. It's a 3-hour long talk. We're gonna learn a lot. I personally have been diagnosed with brain condition, so I have to know the reason why, you know, not just the reason, but I have to be able to explain it scientifically. So this is for me to learn also. And if you guys ever have any questions about this or anything else, feel free to message me anytime. Okay. Okay. Just to know what you're watching here is my next, which is my third MMA instructional. So the first most important thing is health. So my first mythical beast is a fitness. Okay, now every mythical beast has nutrition, because that's part of it. It's martial arts and nutrition. But the first mythical beast is fitness. As far as martial arts goes, fitness number 1. 2, self-defense. 3, combinations. So what you're looking at here is the transition from novice to beginner going towards intermediate. Not even intermediate yet, okay? But this is beginner stuff here. Being able to write a plan. So what you have is, okay, first there's, I'm going to put pictures here, 6 boxes of action, okay? Now, build your own is something where you put like whatever it is that you're doing, you describe it, and you put that, and then you put, so first is what you did. So let's just use a takedown, for example. You did a takedown, okay? Now the next thing that you're going to put is how many you did. So if you're building a combo, you can either build it this way or this way. So if you do, say you want to build it across, you're going to do the takedown, and then you're going to put how many takedowns you did. If, and this is a particular takedown, so let's just say maybe single leg. Single leg takedown, you did 10. Okay, now what's the next part of the combo? You understand? And then, so now you put them together. So you have single leg takedown, let's see, single leg takedown into a leg lock. Okay, single leg takedown, leg lock. So now you did 10, and now how many leg locks did you do? Now you could have done rounds, so you could have done one round was just single leg takedown. The second round, when you build the combo, you added the leg lock, so now you're gonna have 10 here, but then this one was 0. Okay, but now you have another 10 with the leg lock. So you get this chart kind of deal. You can build it across that way. You can also build it across this way. But now that I'm trying to describe this to you, I might actually put another example, but let's just see how it comes out. Next thing I'm going to do is put pictures here. And let me see if I could grab some out of some video footage.
There really is dead food, and raw food is dead food. Living food is dead food, and cooked food is dead food as well. That's all dead food, period. There is not much except for enzymes, maybe, a little bit of insight about enzymes, and after that is like a mess, a total mess. Because the vast majority of people have no idea about what our original condition actually is, and nothing they've designed is really to do with our original condition. If you're eating too much green, you're sort of sensitive to bright light, serotonin pathways and things are radically interrupted because of the amount of tannins, because you and I, we're not herbivores at all. You can eat some green, but if you're eating excess of green, you're really going to be suffered quite a bit because the tannins can't be really broken down, the beta carotene can't be broken down properly. And then, in all these other foods, you've got all runaway sugars, strange undigestible proteins, and nobody knows anything. They just don't know. See, nutrition is probably the poorest
and most impoverished topic, really. And you've got lots of people that just don't know, but they're trying to sell something, and that's it. So everything leads to green powder, and it's got crap in there. Spirulina, it's got barley greens in there. You've got
another song.
chlorella, thousands and thousands of times of phosphate. You've got enormous amount of lactucarium, which when you do it sort of causes you to feel like a little opiate orientated, which we're not herbivores, and so we don't really have as much ability to manage just to be munching on grasses. And then a lot of these foods have oxalic acid and things, and it's test tube science for them somewhere to say, oh, you know what, kale, wow, it's got a lot of calcium in there, therefore this person needs calcium, so this has got calcium in it, so hey, this is it. And that's, most of the books are sort of written, and it's really like a test tube science, which is crazy. Because if you look inside the test tube also and discover that you've got oxalic acids, you've got all kinds of compounds and things like lactucarium, which is an opiate. You've got tannins in excess beyond what a human being's digestive tract can manage. And that binds with all the intestinal sites, absorptive cells, and it causes atrophy of our intestinal tract, which are called enterocytes of your intestinal tract, which are absorptive cells, and they only can live off a substance called glutamine. Glutamine has to be produced by intestinal flora. So if you don't have proper intestinal flora, you actually have atrophy of all your villi. If you're eating excess of tannins and things, it binds to those absorptive sites, and it binds with all the nutrient. So somebody goes, oh, chocolate. I say, wow, you know what? Got a bit of magnesium there, But what they won't tell you, which is crackpot test tube science, is that when you do the chocolate, it's got so many tannins in it, there's going to be nothing in your blood. Absolutely not. None of that magnesium can ever get into your blood, no. Because chocolate really is not a food, really. The cocoa bean and the way that it's done is not really. But it's nice, it's nice. And to have a little bit of chocolate, it could be nice. But it's not really food. The fruit, fresh, and the seeds eaten fresh, which is very delicious. The seeds, the pod, the fruit, the cocoa fruit is very delicious of itself. But after the fermenting of the seed and the slow causing it to be slightly roasted, to cause it to change its colour from a blonde type of a colour more to a darker, rich colour, the more the roasting is slightly, the more it takes that to a roasted, brittle state, which cocoa nib and these sorts of things really have gone through a process like this. Otherwise, if it's unprocessed, then it's going to be quite a blonde sort of a bean, basically. All right, but it's not necessarily so natural, really. If a 4-year-old could do it, then it probably is fine. But if it takes a lot more than a 4-year-old, it's like, oh, something might not be quite right with that, actually. Okay, so most conditions really are happening down here, and Dermot is one of the major conditions that cause all the brain stuff to not function properly. We're living so unnaturally. Everything is put so that we're living in grid and square and straight. We have enormous amounts of electromagnetic energy. All the water and rivers underneath all of this are transmitting reticular magnetic energy up through the buildings and things, and it's transporting an energy which is spinning to the left, and that's affecting everyone. Basically, everyone can live in a situation like this, so it's not ideal at all. It radically would shorten life of itself. If you're not really waking up really fresh and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, in the morning, like ready to go, chances are you've got electric pollution, smog, certainly, and you're absolutely living in a home which all the spin is fully, completely spinning to the left and not spinning like it should be. But no trees, hardly. We have people that are building this complex and they didn't give a crap about trees or aesthetics or nothing. All they were concerned about is, can we squeeze another unit in? Because all they're thinking about is their buck, and once it's done, they're off. You know, and it's sort of got such ugly complexes where people have not even thought about trees or anything. You know, quite radical. Okay. And then everything is a bit like the material of soggy cardboard, but it's made to taste gourmet, which there's lots of places in the world where food isn't much, you know, and you're really able to make things out of cardboard, and they put a bit of fat with it, a bit of sugar, you know, a bit of turmeric, a little bit of the curry powder, you know, a little bit of sort of some sort of a vinegar or something, and they can really sort of make it up, you know, in a pan, and it's soggy cardboard, but it tastes quite nice. And these sorts of foods, when you see them in the bakery shop, of course, it is very, very healthy for you if you don't eat them. All right? Very healthy. Have that and cheese with it. Okay, next. Probably the number one drug in the world today is pizza. That's the biggest drug that kills more people. And you know, when you tuck into your pizza, you know, you get the head rush. Oh, wow, you're getting a head rush and sort of the opiates, you know. You know,
Oh my
it
God.
lasts about 6-7 minutes, you know, whilst you're around 6-7 minutes, those sort of like opiates, sort of you're getting them and your brain's getting a reward, you know. And after eating, it takes about 20 minutes, but then slowly it switches. And then you become like more like and we sort of become, I'm exaggerating a bit, right? Because these things are subtle, but you sort of become more sort of opiated up a bit. You're sort of really opiate. About another 14 minutes passes after having consumed the pizza, and at that point then what carbonic acid starts to be released down here, you know, because all the acid has to be done something with it, gets it into the blood, you know. And whilst that's sort of happening now, you still have your opiate effects sort of, you know, slightly, you know, you're slightly like numb some from the drug, which is the same as opium, exactly the same as opium. There's no difference between the opiate in dairy, the opiate in the wheat, and poppy. There is no difference. Just a slightly, slightly weaker, little bit of a version of it, but it has a similar sort of effect on your immune system and everything. If you're doing foods like that, you typically have an immune system of somebody who's shooting heroin.
Shooting heroin. That's AIDS. That's COVID. Save the children. The real Pizzagate. Put this on Instagram too. Okay.
Very similar kind of situation. But anyway, this is the when people are asked in America, what is the number one health food of the nation? Everybody goes, pizza! You know, they're very excited. Pizza! Whoa! That's right. Because Pizza Hut and these companies that first came in the late 60s into America, as I saw all of this occur, I saw that they were going, hey, got your 4 food groups. You know, you've got your grains, you've got your dairy, you know, you've got your vegetable, and you've got your meat. You've got your 4 food groups. And then they said, this is the health food. You've got your 4 food groups. And so to this day, they did such a very good job. Excellent, you know. When people are asked, what's the number one health food? Pizza. That's the one. So today, probably this food is probably the worst food. It's taken over from pasta and noodles, which is probably the second worst food in the world as a drug. So this is extremely acid.
About
and,
rice.
Brain will not function properly really after that. But occasionally have a bit of pizza, you know what I mean? Because you get the head rush.
Hell no.
Sometimes, things happen to you when you were little and maybe you need a bit of pizza,
Never.
And that's okay.
Never again.
But I think you shouldn't really make it as a staple. It's just not good.
That's the
I mean,
Lukey
there's ways
pizza.
to make leaf smot as pizza,
Yeah.
which at our gathering at Armstrong,
I'm talking about.
it's possible for me to have a chef who knows leaf smot
You
and can
know?
start to be making some bread and some crust and things so people can experience some pizza and things. And I have taught him how to make some cheeses and stuff. So it's possible to have pizza.
Hell yeah.
All right, next. So on the table, for the most part, you have most of the dishes are equivalent, basically, to soggy cardboard, of all different sort of flavourings and things. And then there could be a little bit of something on the table, but all these foods are going to take ascorbic acid out of your body. Okay, it's going to rob ascorbic acids, meaning vitamin C. It's going to change the intestinal flora so that your intestinal flora are unable to produce vitamin C. Okay.
Wow.
So, all these foods, which really is in the bakery, they can really look a little bit like a buffalo dung or something. And most of them are quite sort of plain type of looking, really. Everything just looks like dried buffalo dung or something. But they do what they can to put little Smarties or M&Ms or whatever they are and make it look a little like candy on top. But for the most part, we can look at some of the berries that have been brought here, which is beautiful and leaf smot. It's really appealing for your eye. And it's just this is sort of nothing compared to, if you saw that out in the wild, you wouldn't think anything much of it. It doesn't seem to be quite anything much. Okay. At a very young age, of course, you already got inflammation and edema and inflammation of the small intestine. We're all born, for the most part, with conditions that they just don't get better. Okay, next. What we can see about things going on for this fellow right now is his left brain. He's into his left brain, but he doesn't feel quite right. Okay, he really doesn't feel quite right. You can see stress. This eye slightly closed, showing us that he's a little bit more like thinking at the moment. And this is probably expressive of how this person is in their life at the moment. Thinking and not able to really turn their thinking off. A lot of hardship has been, and life has not been very good. Generally for males and females, this convention is as weird as hell. And we were born with 4 legs and 4 arms, figuratively. Someone came and cut us in half, and they caused roles, so people meet each other as roles, not souls. So there's all sorts of things that's really going on in people's lives, but then Demott and foods like this create stressing of the liver, kidney forces all shrunk and the plexus all dried up, fats right through the heart, hardly any absorption through any of the intestine because it's really dry, and no carrying agents like albumin, and which transports all the nutrients and water through the connective tissue of our cells. This is not happening, and mostly, it's Demott that is the cause of this, and not hardly having any leaf smot at all. Okay. We can see sadness right through life, where she cannot be satisfied. Women the world over, they tick the box, they never would live the life their mother did. The vast majority of all of them say, God help me that I could have lived my life like how Mum had to live. It's just shocking. She can't stand it. But none of this is really being looked at much, but we need to more because a story is put on her which is horrific, and the story is also put on him, which is horrific. And these are roles: beauty and beast. You know, beauty and beast. So his role is to be crazy and be a beast, you know, and her role is to be like a prop, you know, a paid prop that eats, sort of thing, and that's it. It's like horrific, you know. But when you role reverse, it's possible really to be able to feel what that would be like to be, hey, all you're going to be now is a prop, a paid prop that's eating. Do you know what a paid prop is? A prop?
No.
A prop is just like a wall hanging or like something for a photograph, and you're just like, that's it. You're just there for that, you know, and you're being paid. That's all you do. You know, you look like a deer caught with its eyes in the headlight of a car. You know, women have to always, when they're in the camera, they have to go like this, you know. But I work with models and people, and I have to teach the males what to do, because if you're a male, you don't go like that. They say, get out. That's like, this is not good material for us, right? But you have to come in and you have to squint your eyes just a little bit. Whoa! So there's a total difference in the way that we are, you know, but we can see sadness, things are not complete for her. She's been covered all her life. She's lived in a vaginalist era, so there's no public statue of her anatomically correct anywhere. This is called the vaginalist era, and there's all sorts of sexually mutilated statues of him and things, and you can be on an aircraft and you can see his form fully naked, and that's not pornographic. But she's had to live in a world where her body is being to be considered in some other way. All this is a weirdness, serious weirdness. But food hasn't helped, and we can see the orbital muscle of the mouth has shaped the mouth to be sort of round like this and pursed. I'm going to exaggerate it, but it's like this, like. You know, and this pursing of the orbital muscle of the mouth has to be sort of, to be able to activate the amygdala to feel mad about something, you know, not accepting of something, you know. So we have to do things to the outside of the body to be able to really access more of these states. If you're blind from birth, you don't really know how to quite do it quite as good as somebody who can see how to do it. So some of our emotions really are original emotions, and other things are not so really original, but have to be learned, basically. She also is like over here, so sort of more right hemisphere, so it's sort of like sad and less than happy and things, and we can see that she has no intestinal villi, none. She's none left. That long ago there was great inflammation, and now it's all dried and withered up. Everything is dried and withered up, actually. There's no fluid flowing anywhere, and no absorption really either. And so, you know, the skin and things all, rather than remaining more in your youth as you're in your 60s or 70s and things, you know, you can look like this. Okay. Very early age, our teenagers all suffered radically. We can see that this young one here, the heart is becoming more fatty. The kidneys are not able to filter the blood quite properly. You've got a celiac condition because you've got bread and pieces of bean and milk protein, which is undigestible, being deposited in the skin and things. All the foodstuffs that's eaten has robbed zinc from the body, and potassium rhodonase, and all these things that actually really keep your body and your skin more sterile, and the follicle and things in the skin and things. And we can see that we really have a very serious situation of inflammation, sort of more, that's travelling down into the urinary bladder, and this young fellow, unless he corrects the situation, is going to end up with a prostate condition radically. We can see that we've got all this, and we've got hair growing all the way across and flat, so he's eating a lot of flesh, a lot of flesh. And his primary situation is bread, cheese, and flesh, and cane sugar and corn syrup. And this, he lives off these things primarily. Okay. You've got the bank owning pharmaceuticals, and they're only interested in giving you synthetics. That's it. Finished. This is not medicine. These are poisons. Do not call them medicine. You can say it's a drug, but get rid of the idea that that is medicine. It's not. Medicine is your intention. And in most of the languages of the natives, the word medicine is the same word for your intention. And it's crazy to the Native American and others who, when they see people like they call Wasichu, and Wasichu, they think it's so weird. They think, how could Wasichu be so damn superstitious? They're weird as hell. It's like, what's happened to their brain? Because what they do is they see Wasichu coming over, they've got something up, and they go, oh. And that apparently is medicine. No, it's not. They think that's weird, because what about your intention? How are you feeling? What are you doing in your life behaviourally? To them, a true healing therapeutic is changing your ways. That's this medicine. Changing your ways. This is medicine, okay? Medicine could be food because it's changing your ways, like leaf smut. But the bank owns petroleum, and they, for the most part, are so dumb. They're amongst the dumbest people in the world, and they've promoted themselves to utter incompetence. It's called the Peter Principle, where they've promoted themselves into positions where they have no knowledge whatsoever, and they are wrecking and ruining the planet, and the system that we have is wrecking and ruining the planet. So these are ideas to be having a thought about. So I'm not telling anyone how to feel about anything, but just, just ideas, sort of, possibly, But nothing here is natural. And if you're into that out there, you cannot have anything natural. You cannot test anything with anything that's natural. Okay?
What do you mean test anything?
Correct. There is no testing of a synthetic against or with a natural substance. It's illegal to do that. Right? They've made the law for their own stinking ass. And they're pigs. They're pigs. And in everything they've done, everything, they're pigs. They're the biggest pigs in the world. They've split families up, they've done all kinds of things. They've created a court system which is horrific.
You are what
You
you
can
eat.
notice, go and have a look. What's the high water mark in Sweden? It's the top of the highest mountain. Wow, that's the high water mark? How come the high water mark has been the top of the mountain?
What do you mean by that high water?
Your high water mark. Your high tide.
Yeah,
High tide.
Yeah, high tide. Yeah, but we don't really have that. What do you mean by that?
I didn't understand.
High tide, wherever you don't have seawater right now, do you?
Well, it's very, very little.
Yeah.
Okay, did you know that they've made it so that the high water mark is actually the top of the mountain? So they can bring their laws that came from the sea and merchants completely over the civic function of the land. But all this has caused people not to necessarily have ethne anymore. You had a pot of 30 people or somebody that really knew you, they ministered to you. You got people ministered to you who have no knowledge about you.
Yeah.
We've got a system that doesn't care for and have any legal remedy for retaliation, discrimination. There is no law, period. And it's just maritime law that's coming over the world. And they are drugging people. They want to vaccinate. There is, give me scientific evidence that vaccination can work. I've never seen that. There is no evidence, none. All right, and there's no evidence that this crap works either. But we so are just really like undertakers in a way, you know, and we just don't care for anybody to be sick at home. We're very intolerant. We've become so intolerant as a society that if somebody's twitching just a little bit much, they say, hey, you've got to get to the hospital, you know. People are afraid, and we've given ourselves over to just people in white lab coats and things, and that's not a good sign. All right? Okay. Leaf smut, definitely, we've got bananas here, which is dermot, right? Because they're not natural at all. They won't grow in nature. This is the sickest fruit. This is the sickest plant. Should live for 15 years, only live for a year. Can't produce any seed at all. It has to grow from a sucker. Every single plant you'll ever see that's banana has mold, fungus and yeast through it, and it's going to last a year and it has to be replanted, come up from a sucker and things. But everything else here we can see is leaf smut, except the pineapple. Right, so this pineapple and these bananas is dermot, because they have a disaccharide sugar not found on the earth at all. And what's that going to happen? That's going to cause blood cells to stick and clump, and that's going to create a more acid condition and things. It's going to feed mold, fungus and yeast, and you're not going to have proper intestinal tract function if you're doing foodstuffs which have these disaccharides, like potato, carrot, and beet, and dates, and pineapple are very hybridized foods.
I gotta get something off my chest because that just reminded me. Hey, 2 viewers. What's up? FB podcast. Let's go. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think our podcast was great, my guy. I'm down anytime. My son, though, the other day, alright, if you watched my stream on Saturday morning, I bribed them to let me make their food for 24 hours. So breakfast, lunch, and dinner on Saturday I made. Sunday morning comes, Grandma gives them potatoes and eggs. And he had a meltdown when we got back from church because we had to do one stinking page. What's up, Al? My son had to do one page of telling about, and he was a nightmare in church. Not a nightmare, it wasn't too bad, but, fidgeting, talking, can't sit still. Then he crashes. Then when we sit down at the table, he crashes from the potatoes, right? Because it's starch. So, hold on, somebody's calling me. Now that Dr. Jeff just brought up potatoes, that's why I thought of it. Hello? Yes? I'm thinking Wednesday. Oh, it looks like a commercial phone number. I just had to get that off my chest. I got to figure out something to do because I already took over. You see, I'm under my mother as a supervisor in court. That's why I'm going to her house to see my kids. So I guess the conversation has to be with her. All right, maybe I'll stream it. Grandma. How do I put this? Zachy was hyper during church, and he crashed afterwards and started crying at the dinner table over a simple piece of paper that he had to write about 3 sentences. But he just couldn't do anything. He laid there with his head down like this, crying. And I believe, no, I can't say I believe. And it's from the potatoes. Gosh, how do I say this? It's from the potatoes. Oh, no, it can't be from the potatoes. She's not healthy. If you look at her. For her to admit that the potatoes are causing it, I don't know if she can take that look at herself. Or if without putting it on her, I don't know that the brain of her gut can handle that. it's like a colony of microorganisms that's kind of turned her over. You know what I'm saying? She told me she'd rather die than give up pasta. So, I mean, we're dealing with a heroin, somebody who's addicted to heroin, I guess, right? Um, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about this because it really was not a good experience to have my child misbehave in church and then just fall down crying afterwards. You know, knowing that it could be avoided. Why does the kid have to be suffering because of something that was fed to him? You know, I already proved that the kid's fine on Saturday. I made all the food. We made a deal. It happened. What's wrong? Why can't we that keep going? Well, we know why, but um yeah, so that's all I wanted to say. Just I just thought of it when he said potatoes. Oh, let me get back to work here. If I want to get control over my kid's health again, I got to get money. So that's why I'm finishing this book as quick as I can. Then I'll have 3 books down. You relate, Al? Yeah, why does evil exist in the world? It's like a balance of good versus evil. You gotta fight. Academy supervisor. Interesting.
Oh, okay. I just would say that a cardboard box, if it's left to go get a bit wet, the colloid material of it breaks down into mold, fungus and yeast. So it's your body kind of broken down into mold, fungus and yeast. The mold, fungus and yeast is not inoculate from the outside of the body. The body actually breaks down into mold, fungus and yeast. Okay, right, next. You're going to learn a little more about colloidal biology at some point. Maybe you'll go to the net, perhaps you'll pick up the book and read a little more. It's a brand new insight into biology. The cells are not our original building block of our body. You have a healthy cycle and an unhealthy cycle. You have to have things in your blood to block this double spore from becoming a bacteria interior of the body. Next. We started to talk a little bit about serotonin. Once we finish with this section here, we're just going to have a small break, okay? Because the attention span is only about 20 minutes and we need to keep everything fresh. But I would love it, as possible, we could talk just a little bit amongst ourselves as you feel drawn to something's interesting or question you might have. And that's important that you could field this to each other a little bit. Someone heard something, someone else heard something else. Let's use the time when we have a small break in a second here to be able to talk a little bit about what we've been talking about a little bit. But we've really been talking about most of the neurotransmitters being made down here. Do you know what a neurotransmitter is? What's a neurotransmitter?
So something was in the brain transmitted.
It's a chemical substance, right? You have a nerve cell here, and you have another nerve cell here, and you have a synapse, which is a gap. And little bursts of sacs that are in here, they burst forward and release serotonin, for instance, or dopamine or some other neurotransmitter. And that's a chemical which fits into that cleft and causes electricity to go from one nerve cell to another.
Wow.
That's how they communicate.
Yes. So,
But they don't move. These cells are in one place,
Yes.
and then they just communicate.
yes. And if the chemicals move though, the
Yeah.
chemicals actually have to be provided and things, And the vast majority of people really have a condition of not having proper blood flow here, which we have a region in here which is called the septal region of your brain, which connects the limbic, which is the emotional portion of your brain, with your executive guidance area. Your faculty to inspire creative influence of the future is much more a frontal cortex sort of function. You only get in the frontal cortex if you have interest. that you can feel a sense of pleasure and a feeling of a sense of interest. Where grief can have been, where loss can have been, where somebody kind of have lost something somewhat. You know, this is the most powerful of human emotion, and no one can get to rah-rah, you know, that grief can be, and that's very important, of course, because grief is the integration of some loss. This creates the greatest maturity. The most mature people you ever meet in your life are people where there have been some loss, and they have a great sensitivity to others. It's something that's going on, you know, it's sort of really a birthright actually, you know, but it hasn't really been completely given. And it seems like others can have a little bit of a freedom and liberty which you can have not necessarily had. There could be conditions really that was related to family, mum and dad, you know, and now for boyfriend and certainly then, you know, for our sisters, which all suffer from jealousy intensely in their relations because of the story that's put over them, which is Cinderella. If your foot can fit into there, that's what Cinderella's about. And everybody else's foot doesn't fit into that. They're going to be jealous beyond belief at you whose foot fits in there. Because this is such an artificial, crazy paradigm, it's unbelievable. But then, you know, you're going to have to get home, you're going to be judged, and your sisters are going to be jealous. And this is the Cinderella complex. But this is all about Beauty and Beast, you know. But all sorts of paradigms can be. But if aversion exists, if the amygdala, which I'm going to show you, neurologically inhibits the septal region of the brain, so we really are unable to learn anything new. We don't do so well at school, we leave things to the last moment. Learning becomes state-specific with anxiety. Memory retrieval then becomes state-specific with anxiety. And so then the type of language of people who have that condition, they say don't, they say won't, can't, must, will, no, just, only.
Damn.
Different. So these are the favourite words of people who are not able to get into the frontal cortex. They've got more amygdala tegmentum sort of, which is aversion, repugnance, avoidance types of conditions. And serotonin has to be, which you can see there, right? This is so important to have proper serotonin because then you're going to have blood flow through your brain. How to heal these conditions is really, we're going to be talking a bit about tonight, and we're going to be talking about how important it is to get back proper serotonin function, and what can we do to get back proper serotonin function. You have to have niacin-like element and things, but you can see that it's so very important to have proper levels of serotonin, because you can only have blood flow to regions of your brain that you have proper levels of serotonin. Taking drugs and things is just like sweeping the floor, but you know the plumbing is leaking like crazy, and people are concentrating on sweeping the floor. You know, it's totally irrational. But it's also wrong that the world has gone into these chemical synthetics and things that can't be broken down properly.
Trying to find my catalog.
That's offered. Okay. Okay, let's have a small... Is there any questions for the moment? Where we are? All right, let's have a small break, all right? When we come back, we're going to be talking a little bit more about the brain itself and connections of the gut.
Here we go.
So what's occurred within the gut, we're going to have a little bit like microscopic observation of tissue and things, and then we're going to move a little bit more into the brain. All right, thank you. We're just going to have a small break.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm 23 years old. I live here in Stockholm. And I'm here to listen at Dr. Job today about brain and the gut. And I think it's really interesting, and I think that much of the things he's saying is like more logical than some of the things that is a very common excuse in the society today. So I think this is, it feels like, yeah, this is the way it is. It's so simple, logical.
Okay. We really, I just thought that we should really be, it'd be important that you can see like a neuron, you know, we have here, we have a neuron, and then you have little bursa sacs, which burst forward serotonin, right? And then the serotonin can dock in the receptor sites, and causing the current that's come from here of this nerve to be transmitted to this nerve here. So right throughout our whole brain we've got synaptic junctions, and all of our behaviour really is like a holographic condition, which is really to do with synaptic connection and the configuration of these synaptic connections. And so the synthetics and things, they can fit into these receptor sites, but then these synthetic drugs, chemicals, can't be broken down properly, and that's very problematic about the synthetic. But you really, in your left brain here, which controls the right side of your body, sort of 80% of all the nerves switch over, you know, and it's controlling the right side of your body, and then the right hemisphere is connected more, 80% more to the left side of the body, and aversion, which is inhibition, and repugnance and avoidance and dissociatedness and things of states of that are more mediated by the right hemisphere. So there's contractions and body weight shifts and things more to the left because 80% of the nerves switch over to the left side. And so body weight contractions and movements and more toward the left are typically involved in accessing states more of aversion, and then a pleasure is generally more whole brain pattern, but typically there's a little bit more right orientation and right shoulder dipping slightly, which is all activity when you're coming over on your right foot. It's your left hemisphere that's sort of doing that more, you see. But we're going to be looking into this a little bit more as to how these neurotransmitters affect body posture, and how this body posture is affecting your state of being and this sort of thing. But our left hemisphere really is involved in connecting us with the outside world by virtue of a language exchange. And our left hemisphere is involved in kinesthetic motor sequencing behaviour. And as our left hemisphere is active properly, we can feel what the boundary of self is and what is not. But when the left hemisphere is not functioning quite properly, we don't kind of fully have a sense of when we hear something, whether that's from inside or outside, or we see something, we can sometimes not know whether that's inside or outside if we don't have a left hemisphere properly. Okay, so this hemisphere function and things is very important actually in our perception, and we're going to be talking a little bit about how it's possible to have more whole brain patternness and how the brain of the gut affects this versus limited mind function and how the brain of the gut can have affected that. Okay. We have very inside the brainstem, we basically have the properties of a reptile, and the reptile really is sort of more fear, flight, fright response, and the controlledness of existence more by fear, by adversity, by sufferedness, by control, by hoarding, and by not being considered of our real social type of condition, because the reptile doesn't really look after the young right, but when the limbic system comes along, this limbic area of our brain is really involved more in mammals, and mammals have to have looked after their young more, and they have to have a repertoire more. And so energy and motion is something that comes to be more so as a result of this limbic region of our brain. So we have a reptile brain, which is fear, flight, fright, response type of activity. And then it's controlling all of the urges and things and that sort of thing. So a female reptile, of course, when she waddles and she walks a bit like this, you know. And the male lizards go like that. And these things all are of your reptile. And so some people really have, they call, that's right, we're being run by reptiles, and they are human beings, but they're just really acting more from their reptile, which certainly the bankers, or the banker who's funded the First, the Second World War, both sides, you know, the other hand above the government in Russia, China, here, that's one hand. And they're often referred to as reptiles. They're not literally reptiles, they're perfect human beings, but all controlledness, which is coming from fear and flight and fright and having murdered of people and all this sort of stuff, is really sort of more reptile brain orientated. Territory and this sort of thing. And so we can see reptile brain in the slums, you know. The males can walk a bit like this, you know, and this is increasing their territory, you know. And that's sort of also evidence of sort of being shifted and moved more laterally or more to the side in life rather than coming in forward and things. And then we have our neocortex, and we only get access to this neocortex through pleasure. In the limbic region of the brain, we have in this region a septal region of the brain, which we're going to be seeing in a moment, and this is involved in orgasm. Acetylcholine is the primary neurotransmitter, which is your neuromuscular, from your brain to your muscles. That connects you. It's called acetylcholine. And acetylcholine happens to be the neurotransmitter primarily that's responsible for orgasm and also connecting you with this faculty to inspire creative influence of the future. Our ability to be able to hold information and log information perfectly, and it becomes stored in the frontal cortex, and then when we kind of sleep at night, a little bit of dreaming happens, and it can get stored in the postnatal cortex area. But if there was no interest much, nothing has been stored in the frontal cortex, and it's like as if you read a paragraph, but then you're going to think, well, geez, I don't even know what I read, you know. Where there was not much frontal cortex activity, there can have been attention deficit disorder and hyperactive types of attention deficit disorder, which really is to do with blood flow to these areas of the brain. And serotonin is one of the major neurotransmitters that allows us to actually access this. All right. The reptile part of the brain is always wanting to create a fight sort of thing, and so where we have the reptile basically it's sort of more territorial in behaviour. It's trying to control other people and things, and you've got fight, fright. You've got things that's to do with food. So at the moment, these lizards and people acting more like lizards, they're doing everything to control food and cause people to live where there is no food. It's like, what's the reason behind that, you know? They should be able to go where the food is. Why are they living in a bloody desert, you know? But we can have plenty of food, actually, but you would notice that if more chemicals can be in the food, that's the only type of food you can get on the table. In America, they were so excited just recently, extremely excited, to pass a law to stop neighbours from giving each other the vegetables. And they just taken a woman to court just recently, and they're so excited to prosecute her and put her in jail because they found her giving vegetables to her neighbour, which you cannot do.
Where was that?
In which state?
Where was that?
In America right now, they just passed a law, you know? Did you know
All
that?
of them or
They
just
passed a law
one
last
state?
year, but they were so excited to prosecute someone as soon as they could, and they got her this year. You see.
Was it in one state or in the complete US?
In the United States, they've passed a law which basically it's you know, the laws and everything that's being created at the moment are coming from a bank, They create all the laws. They pay for all the laws. None of us. And we're allowing that, actually. So it's not anybody out there, but we're allowing that. We're just sort of like sheeple, sheepleised. That's it. So food has to be controlled by the lizard and the reptile, and they're doing everything they can to control food supply and things. And if you can have more chemicals on the table, thank you. If you have less, that's not good. So organics has to be shut down. This is what's actually occurring. They must control food because they have an objective to wipe out 95%.
Oh, food
95%
addiction.
of the population that's at the Earth at the moment, right? So they have to do everything they can to stop reproduction.
Okay. Speaking of food addiction, time is it 3? I'm not sure what to call it. I don't think I'm gonna do the hard dry fast. I think I'm just gonna do no food. Starting tonight. So I am gonna eat on cam. I got 1 cheese left. That's my one recipe if I had to choose one, to go with. I'm going with the cheese. So I'm gonna finish watching this though. This is Brain of the Gut number 1. Okay, now let me think, because we got a good page right here. I'm not sure if this is the right oath. I hereby dedicate myself to develop skills and maintain my health through consistent effort and training to lead by example all people now and in the future. Us. I don't think that's not going to be the final oath. We want a legally binding document where somebody signs this, they know that they can only fight and use martial arts in the league. So the idea is to have this squad card. As something like a medical freedom card or a license to fight, only under, obviously, the supervision of whoever co-signs. So the oath is going to reflect that. Almost all martial arts have an oath. Okay, then we're getting into the scoring of power hold. So when somebody wants to fight, we're going to fight, but we're going to do it safely, as safe as possible. Okay, so we got power hold. I've gone over this, how to actually score. Power hold 45 seconds. Okay. Combined techniques for XP multiplier. Tap out is a restart or release. Okay. And then the last one is another build a combo. What I'm going to do here is on these 6 boxes, I'm going to take pictures tomorrow of a student of mine hitting the pads, and in particular the paddles, or maybe even the sticks. We'll see. Most likely the paddles. That's something that I can rebrand and sell, So I'll do it in black and white because my 2 paddles are different colors, but they're going to do this combo: jab, cross, weave, clinch, single leg into open guard. Okay, so what's the next page going to be? Let me just think, because now that we got the idea of how to score, we want to do combos. So I think I'm going to do another page where I demonstrate combos. So the next page is going to be another grid pattern, and I'm going to demonstrate how to score that.
reproduction, and so they funded the women's movement, and they've funded maritime law to come in, so there is no the court system in the family court and things is a damnation of the child who has no rights to her or his father, and the court system and things is very rigged. They must control reproduction, and so they're doing a wonderful job in the United States at the moment, and people are very gleeful. There is less and less sperm and hardly any grade A sperm left at all in the whole of the United States. So they're so excited, and they've done what they can to split people up, basically. And you've got 3 generations of people that pass by in America where they're fatherless. So, you know, things are going along quite nice for the bankers and the people that are running the show, actually, and there really is no government. Okay. There is no government. There cannot be. But we could change things, but you need to be able to question things, keep the mind open, and it really is up to us, not anybody out there, sort of thing. But your neocortex and your frontal cortex is an area of your faculty to inspire creative influence of the future. It's your executive guidance area, so when you hear, oh gee, that should be a little more, or oops, wait a minute, that's just a little bit not enough, or this sort of management of things, this is your executive guidance area, and without that there is no real necessary sort of controlledness. But when you're in the limbic region, in the reptile region of the brain, which we're going to show you, the frontal cortex is neurologically inhibited. When the amygdala and tegmentum, which is involved in aversion, is functioning, it's impossible for the human brain to be in the frontal cortex. It's neurologically inhibited. So the kinds of things that come available is, have you ever heard of Tourette's syndrome?
Yeah.
Tourette's syndrome is where somebody goes, you fuck my face, you know, it's just a slew of swear words one after the other, and that's all that can come out. You know, and most people can manifest a little Tourette's if things haven't gone quite right. They're a bit frustrated, annoyed, you know, and but Tourette's syndrome happens a lot because conditions to children are adults and people around them. They don't really understand. Children are sexual beings, for instance, and we are really weird as hell as a convention about sexuality, and we've created a serious monster sort of in people's brains because of her coveredness and his uncoveredness, and it's a real weirdness of a convention. But we don't really understand that children can play, but then all sorts of things can occur which cannot be necessarily processed properly as to treatment, and that can cause shutdown of children and all sorts of things of abandonment and issues where a person can feel loss of love and stuff can really affect us and cause stuff in life to be. Your limbic region of your brain really is involved in emotions, and your brainstem more is involved in instinct, and all habitual behaviour arises from hierarchical lower brain structure. So it comes from your brainstem up, generally, right? So all instinct. Okay. This is the amygdala here and here. And then if we can imagine your neocortex, you're sweeping your hand around the cortex and it comes up underneath like that. If you can see this, you know, this is one hemisphere of the brain, and that right there, this is the brainstem here. So the tissue directly around the brainstem, when that's firing, it neurologically inhibits the septal region of the brain. Pardon? Okay, thank you. Let's see here. You've got your amygdala in here, and there you have your septal region there. See the septum? Now this septal region connects the frontal cortex here with your limbic region of your brain. Yeah. Then the amygdala, which you can see this amygdala here, right? This amygdala, when that's could have been firing, it neurologically inhibits this septal region of your brain. You can't feel like, I feel great, but feel pissed at the same time. So these two states are not together. One neurologically inhibits the other. Is this making sense?
Yeah, but how does it? Why does it inhibit? Or what is the trigger for
When you're feeling happy, would there be some reason why in the behaviours of your happiness that would be blocked or stopped or not working because you feel averse at the same time? Can you feel happy and averse at the same time?
I know that, but like I was just thinking about the mechanism.
Oh, the mechanisms. The mechanism is electrical. Yeah, you can decide not to look at something. It's not easy to turn your hearing off. You can't turn your hearing off, but we can decide not to look at something. The concept of I and self-autonomy forms more when laws become sort of more written, because when they're spoken, and most of us got information more from our story, it's not easy to turn your hearing off. But once the laws became written, we could decide not to look at something. But there's all sorts of associating towards something and dissociating away. We have a great mechanism for this. You might wonder, how does that occur? It occurs because brain structure that we have can completely block and lock any electrical activity coming here. It short circuits through to here. If you have a heart and the heart's going, beating like, tachycardia, sort of, the electrical pulse is not travelling down to the apex of the heart and then spreading over the whole of the heart. It's going through the wall instead. You just got an electrical short, right? But our brain can electrically short areas of itself purposefully, of course, in behaviour, because if someone's feeling happy and pleasure, they can't feel really mad at the same time. It's like, it's just incongruent. The type of happiness that comes from bipolar types of conditions is more a cheerless type of a happiness, where people are joking about stuff which is really negative. And that's not real happiness, actually. They could be jokes about other people's expense and things like that, and that's a kind of a happiness, but it's not a true happiness at all. But so this septal region of the brain, when it's active, it lights up the front of the cortex and it lights up your left hemisphere. And this side of our brain connects the front of the cortex more with the back of the brain. And as we've been talking, unless you have proper levels of serotonin, a single positron electron cardiographic tomography, that's called SPECT. You could do a SPECT investigation today by looking at actual blood flow, and it's amazing that studies do show that what I'm saying is correct.
All right, I need to hear that again. SPECT is what now?
Brain, and as we've been talking, unless you have proper levels of serotonin, a single positron electron cardiographic tomography, that's called SPECT.
Wow, single positron electron cardiographic tomography? Holy. I'm writing this down. I think this is how they mapped it out.
And it lights up your left hemisphere. And this side of our brain connects the front of the cortex more with the back of the brain. And as we've been talking, unless you have proper levels of serotonin, a single positron electron cardiographic tomography, that's called SPECT. You could do a SPECT investigation today by looking at actual blood flow. And
I wrote down.
It's amazing that Septal region of the brain, when it's active, it lights up the front of the cortex and it lights up your left hemisphere. And this side of our brain connects the front of the cortex more with the back of the brain. And as we've been talking, unless you have proper levels of serotonin, a single positron electron cardiographic tomography, that's called SPECT. We could do a SPECT investigation today.
Is it cardiographic or cartographic? SPECT. Single posit. Positron electron I'll try the small one first. Cartography. Cartographic. Tomography. There it is. Cartographic. Single photon emission computed tomography. Is that the same thing? Single photon emission computed tomography. Single photon emission computed tomography. Is that the same thing? Single photon emission computed tomography. Single photon emission computed tomography. Let's see if this is it. A nuclear medicine tomographic imaging technique using gamma rays. It's very similar to conventional nuclear medicine planar imaging using a gamma camera, that is scintigraphy, but it is able to provide true 3D information. True 3D are graphics that use a three-dimensional representation of geometric data that's stored in the computer for the purposes of performing calculations and rendering 2D images. Okay. Yeah, here's a picture of the brain. A SPECT slice of the distribution of okay, so let's see a video. PET. Industry standard. This looks like it might have something. Let's take a look. Or is it just him talking? Yeah. Autism brain SPECT.
For patients with temporal epilepsy and extratemporal epilepsy, it has invariable low
So it's pictures.
to identify focal of seizure onset. However, the localization of the seizure for some the functional deficit
Look at the colors,
rather than
though.
the representing the epileptogenic zone. Of the PET also able to demonstrate ectoneuronal activation.
I'm taking a picture of this. Okay, hold on. That light is in frame. Wow. Amazing. I would like to see a GIF, whatever. Let's see if we could do SPECT GIF, GIF, or GIF, or GIF. Sometimes if you hover over it, you can see. Oh God, look at this. It's my neck. Let's take a look here. Oh, there it is. Very cool. This one? No? More? Okay, let's get a little shot of this. What's this one? Open in... Oh, let's see this one. Open in... New tab. Okay. Wow. That is so cool. All right. Back to the research.
Cardiographic tomography, that's called SPECT. You could do a SPECT investigation today by looking at actual blood flow, and it's amazing that studies do show that what I'm saying is correct. All these conditions are to do primarily just with blood flow to the brain. That's all.
Wow.
Just correct the blood flow to the brain. That's it. And I've had many, many years of experience working with people to know that it is a great possibility for you to be completely healed up and get off the stuff which you feel that you don't care about, basically. You know? And we're going to talk a little bit about a path for you to be able to do that. Let's just have a look at one more, and then we can just have, maybe we'll look at this and we'll look at the next one, and then we'll just have, again, a 5 or 10 minute break small. You've got a very deep sleep, which is sort of like more a deeper sort of a wave going from your brainstem all the way up to the neocortex and down again, like this. And this can allow dreaming states and things. And you've got something very similar, which is theta, which is a little bit finer, but also very sort of carrying information up and carrying information down. You've got wakefulness, which is sort of really fine, you know, and this wave is travelling up and down like this, can transport lots of information up and down. But there's equipment that's really like called the mind mirror, for instance, which can measure these, and a person can learn through biofeedback to be able to access more states of eureka phenomenon by having a little more alpha wave. You have to have your alpha wave here, right? You have to have your alpha wave to be able to have access to this area of your brain. It creates a gating reflex. If you've got more pictures than in frames per second, it can cause like Charlie Chaplin, you know, sort of thing. If you've got not enough frames per second, things become sort of more slowed down, right? But there's a perfect gating reflex which needs to be for the hemispheres to talk to each other, and that happens to be an alpha rhythm. And these alpha rhythms and the rhythms of the brain can be disturbed a lot by microwave energy, electric pollution, and things like this. And of course, it can be radically affected by not having proper levels of neurotransmitter and things here in the brain of the gut. Next one. We can see more or less brainwaves once the brain becomes synchronized. As the two hemispheres of our brain are synchronized together, your brain is functioning as one more, and there's a greater amplitude of electricity which can come through your body. But when one hemisphere is cycling a little bit like that, the other one's just a bit like that, sort of, they're not connecting like this, and amplitude in electricity relates to the amount of force of the current itself. So the moment, you know, and there's sort of more of an unintelligibleness, totally not balanced brainwaves at all, and you can see patterns, with restricted thought processes. This is more prone to depression and sort of weakened sort of mental, emotional sorts of states and things where you haven't got really a hemisphere. After 15 minutes, really, where the brain starts to become more harmonised, and there's various ways that this can be done, but you should have plants in your home to assist to help this. You should have pictures where your computer is placed that's more organic and things. So take your eye from square and straight, and music which causes more this sort of functioning is 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 type of beat. All 4 beat is very square, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. You see, all rock and roll is so boring. It has that same boring beat. Every single song has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that came from the marching bands, and they just think about things. They just came out of a marching band, got the training, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so that's the kind of music, it influenced music in the world quite a bit. And so you've got reggae, which is 4 beat, you've got salsa, which is 2, rock and roll, which is 4. These are all square beats, and plants lean on a 33-degree angle away from 4 beat. But you've got 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, they'll lean really toward this beat. It opens up their folder, so they can get more folder, nutrition and things. It's amazing that music enhances or can be not so. All right.
Some examples of 5, 4, 6, 7 music?
Basic 3 beat is where you've got something happening on both sides of the body all the time. I'm going to do that. It's like. It's like that. Right? That elliptical. Elliptical is actually the beat of the heart. 4 beat is everything is on one side. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing ever changes. Period. And it's a square beat, and you have to have a beat like that to march people from one place to another, because you have to stop their thinking. And so 4 beats just like causes you to just be like more robotic. And then, cultures in the past had the great secret of beat and how this affects us and how to use beat more, to control. Okay. Next one. And we'll pause after this. You can see, of course, body posture here. A person's trying to be holding on to something they know, so they spread their legs a little wide, like this, and we can see that there's something that this person's sort of slightly hiding, something that that's doing and just not really wanting to be known, kind of thing. We can see that's happening here with the posture. We can see this sort of posture, where the posture comes up sort of like this. It's sort of lying, not telling you the truth, sort of thing that's going on. We have left hand over right, and this is a very guardedness, incredibly. And then we have shoulders sort of like that, so it's sort of like a dominant kind of attitude. We have the chin that's sort of pushed out too a little bit, and that's sort of more like an act of dominance and things. And oh my God, my masculinity and things has to be protected. Of course, what you've got here is sort of a bit of a closeness. It's sort of like that. It's sort of like not so open. I don't feel necessarily really comfortable. I don't know really what to do with myself. I feel a little bit sort of like, what do I do with my hands? It's like, sort of like this. So it's sort of like a hiding of things. Here we have a little bit of aversion, something's going on which doesn't feel quite right. Person's sort of more over the left, and weight is slightly over that, so that's showing more hemisphere, head's tilted, which is showing more hemisphere activity here. And then we can see sort of like a closed offness sort of thing. What's going on sort of more for us of occurredness in our ability to make sort of neurotransmitters can cause of itself and a way of having gone about processing information. And all sorts of weak ego defences can have formed to manage life. Whilst we can have been eating foodstuffs and things, which really does affect the neurotransmitters down here, we can't really have proper good condition. So without proper serotonin, it causes shoulders to come forward slightly like this. Without proper serotonin, it causes the head, sternomastoid muscle and trapezius muscle to kind of shoulder, tension in the shoulders, neck and head to be pulled more forward, and muscular to be pulled in slightly, back to be rounded generally rather than a nice arch in your back. It causes more flexion and taking us inwardly more. So body posture causes, the condition of the neurology here can cause posture to become more and more of flexion. So the latissimus dorsi muscle pulls the arms in slightly, bicep is activated here. There's a pulling in more of the legs, in gut muscle is sort of more active, and I'm going to just show you, but when neurotransmitters are not quite right here, and it's important in positions like that to be able to hallucinate. When you've got your head way out in front, you're able to really hallucinate a lot. The head is so far out of alignment, there's no proprioceptive, proper connection. And in people like this, typically it can be not so easy to get to sleep, so they get higher and higher pillows sort of thing, and the neck becomes more and more and more and more head forward, until they've got the widow's peak and so far forward. It's unbelievable. But other conditions, of course, is the orbital muscle of the mouth becomes pursed more in the position of the face and things, and it can be loss of electrical activity from the what raises the eyebrows and causes you to be able to move your nose and things. The 11th cranial nerve, which raises the eyebrows, and the 5th cranial nerve, which causes us swallowing and cardiovascular reflex here. All the nerves in between is called the enteric nervous system. And when the brain is forming in utero, the brain is not protected by the blood-brain barrier, and strange proteins from wheat, and runaway types of sugars from like carrot, for instance, or corn, and all the legumes have strange undigestible protein, the grains do. These proteins not able to be broken down at all. Put them in an oak barrel for 5 years, won't break them down at all. Under the microscope, when we look at exudate that's coming out of people cleaning, you've got all sorts of cysteine molecules that's coming from beans, grains and dairy primarily. And it's just fully clogged up the whole of the body. It doesn't allow it to function properly. And the blood-brain barrier is bridged, and proteins pass through that which are larger, and then they cause various areas of our brain to become necrosed. They are excitotoxic compounds. So baby food has the most of this in there. There's 40% more glutamate molecules and things like that in baby food. And then sort of chips and sort of like snacky stuff that you get at the service station, You eat one pack and you go, whoa, open up another packet, And you're eating those things and there's nothing in there to stop you, your mouth's like watering like crazy, which this substance does, you know, and you're eating and eating and eating, and you don't know when to stop until, whoops, now I think I've had enough, you know. And the only thing that stops you is the stretch receptors in the stomach. Stretch receptors in the stomach go like that, and then all of a sudden you go, whoops, but I don't think I can eat anymore, you know. But it's totally designed to trick our senses, and we have an alliesthetic sense, which is a chemical sense which only really works for leaf smut that we have over here on the table. Our alliesthetic sense doesn't work for cooked food. We were all, imagine just for a moment, we were sitting around a fire because it was kept us warm and things, you know, and somebody got yams and they got something else. But you've eaten yams, geez, you've eaten yams for 5 days in a row. It's like hell. It's like, you know, and the yams are there, and you go, geez, I don't feel like I need any more yam, you know. And that's an alliesthetic sense. But just imagine that one just rolled into the fire, close to the edge of the fire, and just after a little while it became baked, and all of a sudden there was an aroma coming off it. And then somebody went, what's that? The goodness has escaped now, but now it's in here. And you go, gee, you know, and you've got down, you sort of broken, it was soft. It was a bit hot, you know. But as it cooled down just a little bit, you ate a little bit, and you went, hey, whoa. And so you tucked into that, but you weren't hungry before for a yam in its original condition, but the moment it's cooked, all the forces that would enable you chemically to know that you've got enough of that food isn't present and not active at all. And so you could eat that, but if once it was cooked, you could eat it, but in a raw, uncooked state, we was unable to really eat it because you'd already got those chemicals, basically. Okay, when we come back, we're going to be looking at the nerve system in the brain of the gut, and we're going to be looking actually at the villi, and if it's all right, I might just demonstrate with someone who'd love, but it's possible for me just to find where inflammation exists in the body, which that's one of the most amazing things that I do, be able to look and see totally where inflammation exists. Place a little bit of pressure there, and it's going to be so like, you're going to know that you've got a condition that's there. But I had martial artists come, which I train, so I could just teach them where to tap a little. And the largest, hugest person has the weakest link. But during a gathering recently, someone came and they were huge, you know, and they came in and they sat down, you know, and I was just waiting a little bit. And they were huge and they were being pumped up, and you know, and they were really pumped up, see. And when they came, I said, oh, did you know, I said, geez, I said, yeah, you're really sort of buffed up. I said, oh yeah, buffed up, you know. And I said, oh wow, I said, that's pretty good. I said, but you know, a chain could be really strong. I said, and your body's quite strong, but you know, there's a little weak link. And that's so rusted so bad that if I tap that spot, you are going to practically fall over. It's going to be so painful. Because you know, they've built themselves up and everything, you know. And I said, okay, just take a seat, lay back just a little bit. And I'm just going to put a little pressure, because if I put too much, it's going to be just like, you know, unbearable. So just put a little bit there. But if anybody tapped you there, you could be killed over, I'm telling you. It's all over. It's finished if they knew, actually. So this person's sitting there, and I come over and I just put a little pressure in the spot. And the person goes, ah! They're just about like trying to be repelled to get away from that. So we can have some great strength, but it could be a place where the chain is so weak that, you know, that's the weakest link. And that's where we need to have a focus to really strengthen this. So when we come back, we're going to be looking at the nerve system. We're going to have a little bit of a look at the villi, all right? We're going to be talking a little bit about how food affects the actual villi, which is the absorptive cells, all right?
Pause. Okay, let's just put this up here. This is gonna be for the student. Okay. Yeah, food addiction is real. I'm thinking of eating right now, even though I don't need to. I have the one last thing to get rid of. And while I'm eating it, maybe I'll describe what's going on with my system. But for now, I'm just gonna finish this video. I'm gonna finish this page, maybe do another one, and then I'll have my last meal on camera. Been a long time coming. Thanks for watching. I'm also gonna drink my own pee. Ha ha. Take that. Well, I feel like I just dropped something. Oh, what happened? Okay, nope. Can you see though? Alright, that's good enough. Okay, brain in the gut number 2.
Okay, we're back to the brain of the gut. This is Dr. David Jubb. We're in Stockholm. We have a most amazing, beautiful family and audience that's here, that's come, and we're getting a bit of feedback about what we're doing from our audience, and we have a most amazing, intelligent audience. I don't think I've actually said anything to you that you don't already know. I'm getting quite a bit of energy from everybody actually thinking, my God, I haven't said anything you don't really already know. And this is making sense to you. The gut's brain really is known as the enteric nervous system, and we have areas of our brain, that's the 11th cranial nerve that raises your eyebrows, to the 5th cranial nerve, which involves swallowing and cardiovascular reflex. And then autism really can have occurred to boys much more than girls, because a boy's brain is not evolved completely until he's 18 months of age, and his brain's continuously developing during that time after birth, whereas her brain is more complete and set, sort of relatively, more so when she's born, and the blood-brain barrier is protecting her brain, whereas for the boy's brain, pyramidal cells continue to grow and develop once the child is born, and that doesn't really stop until around 18 months old. So during this period of time in utero and up to 18 months, his brain is not really protected by the blood-brain barrier. And the areas of the brain which are affected are all the mirror motor neurons, for instance, which in autism cause you, if you've got your mirror motor neurons not present, you other than can learn from other people's behaviour. So all sorts of various conditions affect our eyesight and things, and our ability to be able to process facial expression and this sort of thing. It's very interesting that people who have Asperger's syndrome, have you heard of Asperger's? Yes. Asperger's syndrome really, most attorneys have Asperger's, accountants often can have varying degrees of Asperger's, tend to have sort of high functioning as far as serial processing skills are concerned, but Asperger's syndrome people, they have a short circuit when it comes to being able to process emotion and get a sense of feeling of others' emotions. So they can say things which can really, like, someone can think, well, how could that person say that? Aren't they aware of what the other person could be feeling? You know, you've got people, and they're really not so aware of, or even ever care much about how other people feel, because they're not getting the feedback necessarily from that. And there's all varying degrees of Asperger's syndrome, which these people can be very highly functioning, but in the department of emotional kinesthetic feeling processing, they tend to fall quite short. So the jobs that they can get are all jobs where it's just a serial process type of learning. Attorneys primarily, accountants, engineers, programmers, yes, Amriti, programmers, that's right. Engineers can sometimes be this way. But in all jobs and things where all you do is you do serial processing and you're not engaged or involved in being able to understand or observe or see people's feelings, that doesn't come into the type of work you do as an engineer much, or an accountant or an attorney. So they happen to be professions also which are the worst in relation and things. It's not easy for them to be able to have relation much. But so the guts brain, known as the enteric nervous system, regulates these nerves and has to be protected by the blood-brain barrier. But if you're having wheat, grains, beans, and all this dead food, milk product, casein, and lactose, all this stuff which is not being able to broken down, all this runaway sugars which is in grain, which is in bread and corn and rice, cane sugar. These are the same as cane sugar. So those runaway sugars cause a clumping of blood, and it causes the blood-brain barrier not to protect the brain. And strange undigestible proteins get up into the brain, and they affect various areas of our brain, creating all kinds of sort of conditions somewhat, which a lot of these conditions can be relatively healed up. Before I came over here, I mean, I work a lot with autism and minimal brain dysfunction and also Asperger's-like syndromes and that. And I work with a young boy who had seizures since his mum and dad didn't sort of get along, and the mother took the child with her and didn't give access of the child to the father. And around that time, this little boy was affected emotionally, and he developed autism pretty much fairly straight away during this stressful period of time. And the mother left and went to another country, and some time passed by, and that was enough to create a parental alienation and a child alienation, where the two lost familiarity with each other. And when they finally visited the father again, there was no necessary connection, and the little one felt that and then developed seizures. So it was the stress of those things that occurred affected his brain function, and so not only is he autistic, but he ended up having like 20 seizures a day or more. So he was 17 years of age, and he'd been drugged so bad he was just completely couldn't function, like dribbling with saliva. He wasn't able to talk.
Someone wants to know what seizures are.
Seizures?
Epileptiska
Oh, thank you.
anfall.
Say it again.
Epileptiska anfall.
Thank you. So he was very debilitated. Anyway, I just had one reading, could see everything was going inside his brain, everything that was going inside his gut, put him on a program, gave him a few material substances to assist, which couldn't necessarily really be found much in what he was doing food-wise. And in 2 weeks' time, he had gone from having 20 seizures a day to 1 every 3 days. So that was radical.
What is that?
He went from 20 seizures a day on average
Okay.
to 1 seizure every 3 days. And then I came and I did a little bit of more work with him, and I realised that he was over-breather. You know, he was seriously over-breathing, breathing off all the carbon dioxide. So we corrected that, and hasn't had a seizure since. And the autism's cleared up, and he's learning to read, and he completely is leading a functional life. Yeah. So you can be aware that our present state of understanding of what's happening to people who have neurological or cognitive or emotional sorts of challenges really have a gut condition. So in the submucosal plexus, you know, this is this region just sort of in here. This is an intestinal tract. You know, you've got layers that contain really sensory nerves and things that communicate with the myenteric plexus, which is a plexus which is holding your intestinal tract sort of connected where it is. It's a mesentery, it's like a diaphragm that connects everything together. We've got various diaphragms beyond just this a diaphragm that you know, pulls your lungs down and relaxes things to create the breathingness. We've got a mesentery diaphragm in here, and then we've got diaphragms further down that's pelvically.
It's basically muscular. It's
All this has a connective tissue connectiveness to itself, which connects all this together. See, it's like a highway of connectedness where everything is connected. You've got this submucosal condition here, and then you've got motor fibres that stimulate the secretion of various fluids and things that come into the lumen. So serotonin is very important for motility and things. Without having serotonin, there is little motility. So food doesn't move as well as what it can through the intestinal tract. And then you've got a myenteric plexus, slightly, well, this is all this myenteric plexus in. This layer contains neurons responsible for regulating sort of enzymes and the output more from adjacent sort of organs and things. And then inside this lumen area here, there really is no nerves. This is the area where actual digestion really occurs. And the brain and the head and the gut have to monitor conditions more or less in the lumen here, and it has to do this across the lining of the bowel. You've got a mesentery section, which is just this covering here, all right, and this attaches the bowel to the body wall, and it contains the major arteries, veins, and lymphatics, and this all contains more of the external nerves. But when we put all of this together, you've got more nerve cells in all of this than you have in the sole of the spinal cord. All right? Okay.
I feel like I need to know that.
So, you know, most of the persons such which have suffered from
go back a little
mental,
bit.
emotional, cognitive. When we put an area here, and then you've got a myenteric plexus, slightly. Well, this is all this myenteric plexus in. This layer contains neurons responsible for regulating sort of enzymes and the output more from adjacent sort of organs and things. And then inside this lumen area here, there really is no nerves. This is the area where actual digestion really occurs. And the brain and the head and the gut have to monitor conditions more or less in the lumen here, and it has to do this across the lining of the bowel. You've got a mesentery section, which is just this covering here, all right, and this attaches the bowel to the body wall, and it contains the major arteries, veins, and lymphatics, and this all contains more of the external nerves. But when we put all of this together, you've got more nerve cells in all of this than you have in the sole of the spinal cord. All right? Okay. So, you know, most of the persons such which have suffered from mental, emotional, cognitive conditions before they were born, Mumate Dermot,
Let's get that again.
and come into the lumen. So serotonin is, it's a mesentery, it's like a diaphragm that connects everything together. We've got various diaphragms beyond just this a diaphragm that pulls your lungs down and relaxes things to create the breathingness. We've got a mesentery diaphragm in here, and then we've got diaphragms further down that's pelvically.
It's basically muscular. It's
You,
muscle.
all this has a connective tissue connectiveness to itself, which connects all this together. See, it's like a highway of connectedness where everything is connected. You've got this submucosal condition here, and then you've got motor fibres that stimulate the secretion of various fluids and things that come into the lumen. So serotonin is very important for motility and things. Without having serotonin, there is little motility.
Wow.
So food doesn't move as well as what it can through the intestinal tract.
Wow.
And then you've got a myenteric plexus, slightly, this is all this myenteric plexus here. And this layer contains neurons responsible for regulating sort of enzymes and the output more from adjacent sort of organs and things. And then inside this lumen area here, there really is no nerves. This is the area where actual digestion really occurs. And the brain and the head and the gut have to monitor conditions more or less in the lumen here, and it has to do this across the lining of the bowel. You've got a mesentery section, which is just this covering here, all right, and this attaches the bowel to the body wall, and it contains the major arteries, veins, and lymphatics, and this all contains more of the external nerves. But when we put all of this together, you've got more nerve cells in all of this than you have in the solar spine.
Still got to put pictures here.
All right?
Oh, hold
Okay.
on. This is what I need to pay attention to. Sorry, guys.
And the output.
So basically, the connection is through everything. Everything's connected. But now what we're going to learn is how, let's see, the serotonin is produced to get the intestine to move. So how is that? It's connected to the brain function, because everything is connected. So if you're not moving down here, you're not going to be moving upstairs. So just like, things can happen to us in life you don't have control over. What's important is how you react to it. So how can you go through trauma? How can you heal? How can you excel? This is all dependent on having this area be functioning. That's what I'm getting.
And then you've got a myenteric plexus, slightly, this is all this myenteric plexus here. And this layer contains neurons responsible for regulating sort of enzymes and the output more from adjacent sort of organs and things. And then inside this lumen area here, there really is no nerves. This is the area where actual digestion really occurs. And the brain and the head and the gut have to monitor conditions more or less in the lumen here, and it has to do this across the lining of the bowel. You've got a mesentery section, which is just this covering here, all right, and this attaches the bowel to the body wall, and it contains the major arteries, veins, and lymphatics, and this all contains more of the external nerves. But when we put all of this together, you've got more nerve cells in all of this than you have in the solar spinal cord. All right? Okay.
That's what's up.
Most of the persons such which have suffered from mental, emotional, cognitive conditions. Before they were born, mum ate Dermot and dead food, and that created fermentation. That caused serotonin really not to be present properly.
All
so
right,
there
I'm
was
gonna
not
have
much
to.
blood flow to the brain.
I'm gonna have to pause this because the health food store closes at some point. I'm going to eat in an hour, so what I'll do is I'll go get apples for my cheese, and that won't even take 5 minutes. I'll be right back. In the meantime, let's see. What we're gonna look at is okay. We're gonna type in copyright free universal note. I think it's the B. B is the universal note. Royalty free stock video. No copyright background music. Oh, what's this? It's only 4 minutes. How to legally post covers. Let's Cosmic Oasis. Let's search this up by date. Be right back. actually sounds good. Actually sounds good.
Digestible proteins can come up through the blood-brain barrier, which is made of albumin. Albumin happens to be a super transporter, which only is present if there's no inflammation. You have inflammation, you have reduced albumin. You have reduced albumin, you have a blood-brain barrier challenge, right? Children in utero, where mum's eating Dermot, they have to be mechanically pushed out, so they're not hydraulically born. The amniotic sac, which is a sac that you're born in, is supposed to be shoulders, head born with the amniotic sac intact, and then it bursts. This is a natural birth. Very few natural births occur today. People know about, some marriage that just occurred in the ceremony of it and all this sort of thing, and the World Cup with soccer, everybody knows what happened and stuff, but nobody knows what a natural birth is, basically. But fermentation of carbohydrates, now all fresh fruits and vegetables are carbohydrate. But what we're talking about really is where the gut's not moving, anything that's really a sugar can cause fermentation. But certainly foods which are undigestible, and certainly starches and things, are going to have a disaccharide sugar, like potato, carrot, beet, corn. They have a disaccharide sugar, that's a sugar which is not going to be managed at all by your blood. And so that is a very serious situation. There's a clumps of blood and things, and that affects inflammation, and then inflammation raises fibrin and globulin, which are platelets, and they become in excess in your plasma of your blood, and then albumin is reduced, and albumin is a super transporter. Transports all nutrients to the brain, transports all waste away. Inflammation and foods that create inflammation is a major condition causing blood-brain barrier challenges. Other things today is the result of vaccination, and then other things which affect this are emotional conditions which can cause albumin not to be produced properly. Epinephrine, norepinephrine, cortisol, adrenocorticotropic hormone are neurotransmitters which are stress-related. The moment kids go to school, enormous more cortisol can be found in their saliva. Children who go to schools which are more caring about the learning process, like Rudolf Steiner schools and things like that, these kids are wonderful, and studies today show they have far greater creativity, way beyond anybody who goes just to a regular school, which most of these regular schools are hell for the kids. I might have to define that word, hell, which is not a place. It's actually a state of being. My cameraman said, "You've mentioned hell 5 times, now it's the 6th time, that's the 7th time. You better define what the meaning of that is." It actually is really a state of being. But mucus-forming dead food, which is Dermot consumption, like banana, dates, pineapple, corn, and foods like this, they create mucus. That mucus causes insipid pus to be present more. That insipid pus causes bile to stick to it, and then you've got something like stone formation in your bile bladder, in the liver area, in the sinusoid areas, which are collection points of the liver, and right throughout the intestinal tract. You've got stone formation in the kidneys, and stone formation where we just felt your arm and you've got stone. You've got this right throughout the whole of the body, and it's from all these very serious sort of foods which have very, very high phosphate count, which is not for humans. Breast milk, 5 parts calcium, 2 parts phosphate. Leaf smut, 5 parts calcium, 2 parts phosphate. Dermot, it could be 20 to 2,000 times phosphate to 1 calcium. But we need to learn about what leaf smut is and Dermot, and we need to value where we are with things, and we've got great insight and people who are having a deep insight into things where there's a great care for the value of things to keep their enzymes. So people have become aware that heating food certainly is not right, and that is a great principle, but that's all. And then, as we've talked, changing your diet is a factor, but it would not heal most of these conditions up of itself. You absolutely have to learn how to do a non-surgical, non-druggist approach to dislodging the debris. So moving to leaf smot is not a true healing therapeutic, and all investigation shows it's not. Certainly other sorts of diets some could be moderately helpful to not at all, but ultimately food of itself would not change the conditions, though you must learn about leaf smot and apply leaf smot and get rid of dermot, but you've got to actually do something which is non-surgical, more non-druggist, to dislodging the debris to cause the system to function again properly, all right? If we've got a rusty, rotted system and blocked system, good food is not going to be processed properly. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, good on you. Excellent. Okay. Behavioural deficiencies are always increased following high deficiencies, or deficit, that's okay, are always increased following more high concentrations of dead food. So most people who do suffer from various conditions they know of, when they do dead food, the meditative state, which could have been present somewhat before that, can less than be remain nicely. Okay, isn't that a nice way to say it? So in the intestine, we have cannulas, and only frugivores on the earth have cannulas. Omnivores have no cannula, and carnivorous animals have no cannula, and herbivorous animals also have no cannulas, which is these ribs, right? These are called cannulas. So they are only found in the digestive tract in somatotyping, which is the science of, in physiology, how our environment has shaped our body. It's called somatotyping. There's microvilli, and these microvilli are like finger-like projections, which are in these cannulas. And then these finger-like projections have little gliaxal threads, which increase the surface area, and the cells that line these villi, right, they are called enterocytokine cells. Enterocytokine cells. And these cells which line these villi, which absorb water-soluble nutrient. Did you know that they don't exist on oxygen? They don't exist on sugar. They can't manage fat. No. They can't use any protein. No. Wow. Matter of fact, they can't use anything you eat. It's like, wow, really? That's right. There is no respiration from these cells from anything you eat. Did you know that unless you have nerve cells in here, there is no glutamine, and that is the only substance that can nourish these absorptive cells. Have you heard this before?
No.
Well, this is very important, right? Because without glutamine, without proper life colloid materials, like what this material is in here, this is a material which we're supposed to have in our digestive tracts. If we can remember the photo of the beautiful beach and nature, you're getting this, and you're getting about 1/3 of a teaspoon every day. And this is not found in anyone's diet today. Most people living in a surgically sterile environment, meant to have 80,000 species in here. The average person can only have about 1,000. You need a probiotic or something to bring in at least 50,000. And this has got 50,000 in it. But you have an intelligence of a wolf more, that you actually have your proper biologics. But these biologics assist produce a milk called glutamine, and they receive a little bit of sugar from the villi and sustenance, which they exchange, and then they feed the absorptive cells with glutamine. Very nice relationship. Ants go and they stroke aphids, the ant does, and the aphid gives it a little bit of sugar, and so ants always are going up to aphids and just stroking them. They go, and they produce a little bit of sugar, and then the ant goes, so there's this sort of a relationship that's going on, but a queen only becomes a queen because of what that larva is fed. Your brain only can have evolved or developed because of what it was fed today, in your life now. Okay? Larva can be fed and is visited 10 times more than other larvae, becomes a queen. And the queen lives for 4 years and has a consciousness of 4 years, worker bees 4 weeks. And so the queen represents like a consciousness beyond, you could say it's like a super sort of consciousness, and because the queen lives for like 4 years, and her brain and structure is developed quite a bit as a result of what she's fed, period. That's it. And then once you're fed, you either become a worker bee or a drone, and they all have a quite much shorter life than what the queen bee has. And then the queen bee can have a relationship with the beekeeper. As far as consciousness is concerned, the worker cannot necessarily know much, and she just sort of lives for 4 weeks, and it's enough for her to learn the various things, other functions in the hive. The queen, she can see generation after generation after generation, and she flies out, in the bright of the day, as high as she can, and the drones chase her if they can catch her. But she really can have a great relation with even the beekeeper. We can think about consciousness there and what we can be aware of and levels of actual consciousness. You've got supra consciousness, more where you've got the relation of consciousness of the beekeeper and the relation the beekeeper has with the queen's sense of the beekeeper, and then the bees, and then you've just got the bees and the consciousness of more or less the bees. But so these villi are fed a milk called glutamine. The cells which line the villi are called enterocytokin cells, and only glutamine can be, and it's a milk that's produced for them, and that's it. Everything you eat will not nourish whatsoever any of these absorptive cells.
So it's only the glutamine that they...
It's only the proper biologics here, life colloid biologics, having them properly in here, that you can have proper health. Now everybody knows that a termite could have digested your neighbour's home and just eaten your neighbour's home right up, right? You've seen it. It's not good for the neighbours, but house was just eaten by termites. And how did the termite eat the wood? It's like, well, it's pretty good, isn't it? You just munch on wood and get the benefit from it. But the termite only can have absorbed and managed the wood because of resident bacteria in here. Same with us. We can only get the benefit of our food and things that you actually have your proper biologics. All right, let's go. So these brush border cells really give an enormous surface area, all right? And as you eat beans, the more beans you eat, the more celiac conditions you're going to have, the more grains and even living food that sprouts the grain and things, and raw food doesn't even bother to sprout it. They don't even know about living food, but Anne Wigmore's work, which is living food, is which is vegetarian, whereas raw food isn't, because you've got lots of people eating raw flesh and stuff in Europe and in America that do raw food, raw horse's flesh, raw eggs, raw butter, just raw. So raw as a word is probably the most primitive word to be describing foods. Anne Wigmore didn't really use that word at all. She coins the term, or she doesn't coin it, she popularises living food, which is sprouting the grain in the bean, but sprouting the grain in the bean can be a little better, and that's called living food. Plus living food is vegetarian, whereas raw food isn't, as it's defined. But the grains, the beans, so in living food there were lentils, mung beans, azuki beans, there were soybeans also, there was garbanzo beans, wow, and they were used a lot in the program. And then you've got banana, you've got dates, you've got pineapple, and then you've got sprouted wheat, which is full of phosphates incredibly. So there was really no seeds in the program much. But most of all these foods, we just mentioned carrot also and beet. Okay, so they were the primary foods, and avocado. So avocado was the only live food that's in Anne's program, or living food. But leaf smot we need to learn, which is just simply no starch, no grains or beans, basically. But there's all seeds, nuts, everything else which is vegetarian is leaf smot. But what happens is all this becomes decreased and atrophied, and now there really is no absorption whatsoever. Finally, when this occurs, you can have inflammation, but eventually when you have adrenal exhaustion, the lips thin more and more and more and more and get really, really dry and of no colour, hardly at all. Whilst you've got a management to manage the inflammation disorder, you can have inflammation present, quiet, and then your lips could become, sort of big and huge mouth. The big and huge mouth is serious inflammation in the gut and shows degeneration of the intestinal tract. Smaller mouth shows beauty and shows absolute evidence of vitality here more. Whereas huge lips is sort of a sign of excess, eating to excess. But you've got all sorts of things which is really affecting your immune system and things here. And you've got endogenous, your own natural opiates. Endogenous opiates are endorphins, beta endorphins, and kephalins. You've got amaret. You've got quite a few substances which are produced, which is neurotransmitters, which cause us to feel elated and elevated. But without these endogenous opiates and things, we don't really have a proper nerve system. When you eat bread, when you eat grains, all beans, that's going to knock out the opiates. So you can't have production of opiates. You've got opiates that are present in the body. Oh, gee, these are like floating around. It seems like we have those, but they get stuck into places, you see, can't be properly broken down. Immune cells has to clean those up, and it's just a very formidable condition which affects our nerve cells. Okay. Healthy normal villi really has enormous surface exchange, enormous, right, which can be just reduced to a surface like that. So you can see you've just got that much surface there, which is maybe just about one of those. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times the length of this you've got in a healthy absorption. So when you've got celiac condition, you're hungry, nothing will work right, you've got to get up and you tuck into the icebox straight away, you can't fast, you don't feel like you can fast at all, and it's just a continuous having to eat, but nothing's going to be absorbed, just being defecated out. It's just sort of an exercise. You get a bit of a head rush and things, but there is no nutrients. And most people, as they age, they become less and less mineralised, and these things are very necessary to have proper brain function. We talk about the Queen. think about the metaphor of the queen. All right? Okay. You've got cholecystokinin, which is released down here. You've got secretin, which is all these things. The cholecystokinin causes bladder contraction, gastrointestinal motility, and pancreatic exocrine secretions, which are involving lipase and protease and amyloidic enzymes to break fats and sugars and proteins down more in the intestinal tract. You've got a whole range of neurotransmitters which is also involved in the brain. You've got neurotransmitters which are produced in the brain of the gut up here called ghrelin, which assists to cause a person to actually feel a little bit of hunger, and I enjoy that feeling the most. My awareness of a slight feeling of hunger, that is what I'm going for myself, you see, because that causes me to feel elevated and really on. And finally, when that's not there, it's like, oh, it's like, well, we're meant to be for food to be suspended. It causes us to be able to have this little bit of a search pattern and inquiry and feeling of like actually doing things and getting things done. But once somebody's satisfied that, unnaturally, they're continuously more couch potatoes, they're just not really doing anything, they're procrastinating. So ghrelin is very important because when ghrelin is present, it causes growth hormone release. You actually have ability to rejuvenate whilst you're feeling small hunger. So I know if I exercise or if I do anything and I have that little bit of hunger, I don't want to satisfy that, period. Absolutely not. No. Why? Because that's the greatest powerful feeling you could learn to have, that you can have a joy of, and then days and days can pass away. Well, maybe you didn't really eat anything at all. But you can move more toward this if it's interesting, because we're meant for food somewhat to be suspended. But be kind and gentle and allowing. Don't change anything around necessarily. Be comfortable. Have a joy where you are. Sometimes you eat something and you know it's not quite right. It's okay. You know, I think live and have good life, but know what good food is versus not so good food.
Are you saying that I should have a little bit of hunger all the time?
The more that you can appreciate the feeling of hunger, the more powerful it is that we can have more rejuvenative forces. Did you know that the only thing which links to long life is calorie restriction? That's the one habit and behaviour that can cause you to have a longer life, actually. You know, right?
The hunger that you're talking about isn't that the searing hunger where you feel like your stomach is being cut into, which is what happens apparently when you eat dead food and you like stop for a while?
Yes, well, okay. Well, okay, thank you. So we're talking about degrees. That's right. It's the same, only in that situation what you've got is you've got to have insulin raised unnaturally because you ate Dermot, okay? That raises insulin. The moment insulin is raised, somatostatin is a substance which is released by the anterior pituitary, blocks human growth hormone. There's no human growth hormone, right? Whilst insulin is present, it's robbing all the sugar from your blood, and so that unnatural condition could also be releasing of ghrelin, but because insulin is there can be no human growth hormone release. The two, it's sort of searing is a nice word that you said there to describe that, because it's absolute like, oh my God, emergency, I've got to eat something, you know, which is a hypoglycemic state. But we're talking about a feeling of a sense of a comfort and a curious interest and just a joy that you feel when your tummy's empty. Have you ever felt this? You can feel it if you fast, all of a sudden you can be realised of a great feeling. Oh my God! You know, it's like, whoa, is it okay to feel this good? You know, it's like, should this be banned? People shouldn't be able to feel this good, should they? You know? So you've got insulin being released by the pancreas here, and glucagon causes glucose homeostasis. You've got pancreatic polypeptides, which are little protein molecules and things that assist to cause more gastric motility. You've got amylin, which goes, whoops, wait a minute, I feel satiated, that's enough. And you've got bicarbonate of soda being released by the pancreas and the liver here to neutralise the acid churn from the stomach. And when that's not occurring, small intestine in here, all the villi start to atrophy, and the surface area, which should be, could you imagine like a cutting board in the kitchen that you use in your kitchen? You know, just see that right now. Imagine you've got stuff all over it, now you have to wash it, you know what I mean? Just now, think about it, but see that cutting board and put that down in the edge of a tennis court. And now, how long would it take you to go ahead and put cutting boards down to fill up the whole tennis court? That's the surface area of your small intestine. The surface area of your small intestine is about the surface area of a tennis court. And but that could be reduced radically by a celiac condition. Okay. But these neurotransmitters, you just got to know, are also involved in your energy and motion state. Okay? If you've got inflammation here, your stomach's not working properly, you've got Dermot in there, then your energy and motion, your cognitive ability, the brain upstairs is not going to be received of proper benefit. Is this making sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Gut vitality really does improve. Your blood-borne inhibitors in your body that block the expression of the life colloid, which is the building block of your cells. So this is life below the level of a cell, including a cell. But inside a cell, you've got life colloid, and there are organelles inside the cell, like your DNA, which is made up out of spores, which a life colloid is, and then you've got tubules, tubular structure, you've got all kinds of organelles which is in the cell, which are made up out of building blocks, which are little double spores. So those little double spores are blocked in their expression to be transformed into a mould or a fungus inside the cell, that's what cancer is. But you've got blood-borne inhibitors you're supposed to have, but when you do leaf SMOT, you have these blood-borne inhibitors, which happen to be citric acid, primarily, lactic acids, and alkaline element. You must have those in your blood. Now, the average person on Dermot, eating grains, sprouted lentils and things like that, they have no lactic acid, no citric acid, and there's no ability to transport any spare electron. So their blood becomes more alkaline. It shifts and becomes more alkaline, and then the tissue becomes more acidic. A great disparity exists. There's no friction grid for ionisation to occur and electrons to be given off, so there's no energy and things. And the interior of the body of these life colloid, they can change into mold, fungus and yeast. That's what that means. They have multiple ability to transform. So these spores don't just remain as a spore, but they're a building block of a bacteria. A bacteria develops a harder outer shell and becomes a mold. The mold grows in colonies and becomes a fungus. The fungus culminates in a little fungal hive, grows into the adjacent cell. The moment that occurs, the body goes, oops, red blood corpuscle comes along, parks, and then the colloid material of it assembles itself into a cell that surrounds this area and insists it, which that is primarily always, neoplastic and cancerous conditions are found more in connective tissue, and from connective tissue cells more than any other cell, which doesn't really have its proper humoral element necessary, like these blood-borne inhibitors are not present properly, and then connective tissue is primarily the subcells which most cancer cells arise from, which can be reduced and what's called down-regulated and be reduced back into their double spore stage. So fungus, mold and yeast can be reduced back to its double spore building blocks, which then you can make blood from. But you must have your blood-borne inhibitors. And what are they? Lactic acid, citric acid, and alkaline element. And you absolutely need these to have proper blood-borne inhibitors, which on Dermot, there is absolutely no way you can have. Okay? If your blood and your biotrain, the biotrain really is your pH of your environment of your cells. Like if this is the cell here, oh my God, the environment around the cell have to have the right pH. But the pH of the cell interior becomes more and more acidic, the blood becomes more and more alkaline, the disparity exists and no friction grid left. Finally, the cell can't give any more carbon out. If it can't give any carbon out, it can't receive any oxygen. And so these little life colloid, they turn to fermentation. And they get spare electron from fermentation. And then you're ending up with multinucleated cells. You're ending up with hyperplasia, dysplasic types of cells. So the bioterrain, this bioterrain is a pH. It's also conductivity, which is really to do with minerals. And the vast majority of people on Dermot, there is no minerals. After beans and grains, bam, doesn't matter if it's sprouted or not, there's going to be no minerals whatsoever. How can there be? You eat chocolate, there's going to be no minerals. You're eating excess green, there is going to be no minerals. None. Why? Tannin is going to bind in all the green. It's going to bind a lot with most everything. So it's going to stop anything from being absorbed. You have to look into that. Phytic acid from the grains and the beans is going to bind with all nutrient and absorptive sites. It's going to be no minerals. You can be observed to see and test bloods, what people eat, and you can find all this out. But you have to have also a negative redox, which is just a code for antioxidant. It means, hey, you've got ability to be able to give off a few spare electrons here. Right? So those three things cause a bioterrain. If you do leaf SMOT, you're going to have a proper bioterrain. Do Dermot, and it's guaranteed not to have proper bioterrain at all, right? But most people are unaware of life below the level of a cell, and it's a lot just like test tube, like crackpot science. It's sort of like observe to see something there, and apparently if it's there, then it must be good for the body, which that's not the case at all. A bile occlusion initiates blood-borne inhibitors, GOLA, blockage. Is that a nice way to say it, to understand? Gallbladder blockage initiates those blood-borne inhibitors not to be present. When you have gallbladder occlusion, your blood does not have its proper blood-borne inhibitors. So mold, fungus and yeast really can have arisen in that condition, and that affects the brain upstairs. Okay, let's go to the next one quick.
35 minutes.
Quick. You eat all cooked dead protein. B6, which is pyridoxine, is the protein vitamin. Eat dead food, you're going to have protein deficiency, you're going to have protein vitamin deficiency. B6 is the second most, deficient condition of all people on the earth. The first is what? Magnesium. The second is pyridoxine, and the third is essential fatty acids, okay? So B6 is solely deficient because most people are eating a lot of dead food. Without B6, you cannot produce proteins. So how are you going to make any neurotransmitters? Impossible. You just get old and crotchety. Bloating,
Oh God.
diarrhea, constipation, mucoid stools. Your stool's always a mucoid stool, not fluffy and light, and just with any disturbance of the water just breaks apart. It's not a healthy stool which is suspended in the water. It's not a floater, not a sinker. It has the same buoyancy as water. Okay, it's neutral. It's not a floater, and it's not a sinker. You see, and any disturbance of the water, it breaks apart. That's a healthy stool for a human. When you have a stool like that, it's more like a dog having a poop. You don't have to clean yourself with hardly anything. It's just really clean, basically. Seriously. Okay. All cleaning and more cleaning you have to do, all more mucus and dead food and dermot that you've consumed. Okay. Okay. Of course, serotonin and all these neurotransmitters are so involved in so many things. Gee. Without serotonin, you're not going to really have any osteoblast, for your bones. So you can't. You just over time become osteopenia and osteoporosis. You've got thin nails, weak sort of nails not so strong. We can have quite a serious situation, and serotonin not being present is going to affect calcium. Calcium you has to have to run your endocrine glands. Otherwise, there's no endocrine function. It's quite a serious situation when your brain and your gut's not functioning. Next. We talked about norepinephrine just a little bit, but norepinephrine, really the picture that we saw of all the fruits, has a lot of tyrosinase in it. It's a major mood elevator, those foods, because it makes norepinephrine, because it's got tyrosinase in it. Okay? And tyrosinase is very important in making norepinephrine. You need this to have attention, motivation, pleasure, and reward. Serotonin causes you to be able to clear away anxiety. If you don't have serotonin present, obsessions and compulsions are not being managed. And so you have obsessive compulsive sort of disorders and things. If not enough serotonin, you can have hyperactive attention deficit disorder, which can be healed up by clearing out the bile stones, reducing inflammation, bringing in a little formula for a few things, bringing in some niacin, slowly increasing the amount of niacin to about 13,000 milligrams, which is quite a bit over, increasing, starting with 500 milligrams or 1,000 milligrams and working your way up to 13. And this is causing more and more blood flow to the brain and increasing serotonin. And as you reduce the inflammation in here and you move more toward Leesmont, you can wean yourself off the niacin and you're healed up. You're healed up. So that's a way forward. Dopamine causes you to feel able to go get things and do things, and when you've got enough dopamine, you're really getting things done, you're moving forward, whereas when you don't have enough dopamine, you go, oh, there's a lot of procrastination, so I'm going to go do that, and you sort of lean back, there's a lot of sequential and simultaneous sort of incongruities in behaviour and things. But there has to be a proper balance between norepinephrine, dopamine, and serotonin to actually really have alertness, have motivation and pleasure reward, and be able to clear away obsessions and compulsions and continuous sort of thinking and stuff. You need serotonin, dopamine to be present. You have to have that to be motivated to get things done. Very important in behaviour. Okay. You've got an axon hillock here in a nerve cell, and this axon hillock sums up all incoming and inhibitory and excitatory messages, and you have to have 78% to pass this on. If you've got 77% of what you need, it won't be passed on. Wow. You actually have to have 78% of your nerve system and your behaviour and your full care of something to affect behavioural change. If you've got 60%, it's not going to be enough. Wow. You actually have to have more than 78%. It's called an all or nothing phenomenon. Okay.
So what was 76% of the
78%.
78% of
78%. You have to have 78% of nerve function fully supportive of something, and then you can have the behaviour. But you won't, if you've got 1% less, it won't work. This is called an all or nothing phenomenon in neurology. Tryptophan, which niacin is very similar to, is necessary to be present. And it happens to be in the aromatic foods. So who's eating aromatic food? People into leaf smut, because all dermot hardly has any tryptophan. So that's the carrot, that's the beet, that's the corn, that's the wheat, that's the grains, that's the beans and stuff. Nothing much aromatic in that, you know. There's no very little tryptophan. So how are you going to make serotonin if you eat junk food, dead food? Doesn't matter if it's like uncooked or not. It's dead, period. You're not going to be able to produce the substances necessary to make the proper neurotransmitters and things. And certainly with serotonin, foodstuffs like that really take out serotonin. It's just like, well, you know, it's not going to create serotonin. I know people, if they actually healed up from being schizophrenic, but if they have grain and bean and even sprouted substance like that, they can have relapse back.
Boom.
Yes.
I ain't fucking with
They
it.
have sensitivity to foodstuffs like that. But 5-hydroxytryptophan, is the substance which is produced by the cells which line the passageway of your digestive tract, and then this tryptophan becomes just 5-HT, which is serotonin, and that has to be present, and that transferred right through the blood and things, and that's very important, of course, to have proper neurotransmission. Okay, next quick. You have to have proper levels of sodium, but who has that on a dead food diet? And most of these living in raw foods now have taken to eating rocks. So rocks, rock salt, which is horrific. It's so amazing, actually. I've been in the industry to see what people came along, and then I've seen rocks come into the health food store now. People are grinding down rocks, and they think you can just grind a rock down and give it to your baby, which you can't do. That is a poisonous salt. There's very little fluorine, magnesium and iodine, which all those vital elements evaporated off that rock salt a long time ago. There is no enzyme activity, there's no phytoplankton, it's very dead. Look at that with a meter, that's a biophotonic, measuring the light. If it's present there, it's practically none, zero. Put it onto some sun-dried sea salt, bang, full of life. Stop all this dead food salt stuff, and then lots of people are even living on a saltless diet, and most of the programs in the beginning was natural hygiene in this whole movement, and they were totally saltless. Plus they had no herbs until we came along, Annie and I, and started bringing herbs in. We have a great understanding of herbs and Native American herb and things. And then from my background, more with my medicine teacher of the last 40 years, I've really learned quite a bit about native herb and the use of herb and things for whole ranges of things. But you have to have sodium and potassium, you have to have calcium and acetylcholine. That's a neuromuscular, nerve and muscle neurotransmitter. Plus we said that's the major neurotransmitter in the septal region of the brain. But without sodium, potassium and calcium, you're not going to really have proper any neurotransmitters. And then the vast majority of people have very low sodium, they have hardly any potassium, because potassium is tending to be found in its fresh state. It has 19 electrons. And it has a spare electron to be able to be absorbed by a cell. But cook it, it's going to lose that spare electron. And now it can't really get into the cell. All right. These are the enterocytes cells, which are the cells which only can have glutamine. Okay, all right. Next. Okay, the enterochromaffin cell is the actual cell which produces serotonin. All right. You absolutely have to have, you can see, calcium. Without levels of proper calcium, you're not going to have much cholinergic receptors and serotonin production. The things that rob calcium is all the greens, most of it, because though it has calcium in it, it tends to have a lot of acid. So, for instance, kale, which is a test tube, crackpot sort of science, where somebody looks in a test tube and they go, wow, kale's got calcium. Well, that means that you can get your calcium. So most of the books I've read are full of crazy junk and not logical ideas. They've not thought, oh, wait a minute, well, that kale's got a lot of tannins. That's going to bind with everything. How much is going to be absorbed of that? And then, got lots of oxalic acid here. It's so much, it's actually a negative calcium ratio. You know, so yeah, calcium, kale's got calcium, but that calcium is not going to be made into your body. You have to learn how to get calcium. It's biologically transmutated from potassium. Calcium is biologically transmutated primarily from silica. You have to have potassium and silica in your diet, and as you can have these and have proper intestinal flora here, you produce calcium. But just trying to look at it, find it in some green isn't going to really help necessarily at all. And we're not herbivorous animals, as we sort of talked about, but some green is useful. All right. We talked about, serotonin is so important for bone mass. Without serotonin, no bone mass. Okay. It actually really does show too. Without serotonin, there's no calcium anyway, and so hey, calcium's going to be robbed from the bones. Liver stones form because of insipid pus from grains, beans, lentils, mung beans, zucchini beans, soybeans, all the tofu, all these texture vegetable proteins and things are so horrific. We should really avoid them. They are full of estrogenics and things. But anyway, these strange digestible proteins really attract to bile salts. It sticks inside the gallbladder and the sinusoid, which are collection areas of the liver, and it causes wax-like stone deposit in the bile bladder. Okay, next. Regular bladder, always bile bladder, that's found by every mortician. There is no such bladder, gallbladder, that is ever found empty. Next. Pain and sufferedness and things of the liver and pain all through here and around here in this region here is definitely bile stones, you know, and bile stones can block and they fill up typically and they pit the inside of the bladder. They actually get also lodged into the pancreas and cause diabetes type 1 and type 2. That is the reason for diabetes type 1 and type 2. And that diabetes type 1 and type 2 are the same. It's just a filthy, disgusting blood. And that's all diabetes is. But you must clear away bile stones to heal diabetes. Doing green drinks and stuff is weird as hell. And after a short while, anybody who did that, their diabetes is no longer really healed at all. They can end up really... And then most people who do greens and all this sort of thing, apparently that's going to heal the diabetes. It doesn't. And nobody can stick on the green drinks and things because it's impossible to do that. But most people have a bile occlusion, and that is the reason for diabetes type 1 and type 2. You have to get rid of bile stones. You could manage your diabetes by just not bringing any disaccharide sugar in, right? Which is what LeafSmod is. And some people in the movement, they've taken some of my ideas and sort of put them into living food maybe, you know, but they came from macrobiotics or Ayurvedic, and they're just still really winging it and learning about things. But bile occlusion is a major condition on the earth. It is a unrecognised epidemic. And because only symptoms are sort of masking, the symptoms are further away, people cannot necessarily feel this condition. Okay.
Okay.
Do liver flushing and flush out your stones. Next. Bile bladder, okay, empties into the pancreas. Unless bicarbonate soda is being released, here sodium bicarbonates and things, there is no neutralisation of the acid churn, and food moves into the duodenum and small intestine in a very acid state and things. All right, next. We're going to be doing a talk which is about nature's operating table, and this is the science of autolysis. It's the science behind autolysis. And what is autolysis? It's the debulking of the body.
Oh
There
yeah.
are only certain scientific facts and things that unless you follow this, you are not going to really trigger any autolysis much. But if you understand this, you know, you can clear up any condition, okay? But we're having a session that's all to do with nature's operating table. And just to give you a rundown, it's just no starch, no flesh, no cooked food, no solid food, no breaking your fast. You hydrate your blood in the morning. Okay. What else have we got?
Almost done.
It really does involve liquefaction of the stool. Things which we do involve for 14 days a liquefaction of your stool. It includes actually a flush which has been designed over many, many years, which is the best of its kind, to non-surgically, non-drugless-wise dislodge this gall occlusion, gall blockage. Okay. All sorts of bile stones harvested. You can start mining your own stones, and they can really look a lot like this. And the stones, typically most people have about a dinner plate's worth of stone, and it just displaces everything to make room for itself. I think Eaton down the back here, I don't know, I think he might have done 5 flushes, but we have said he had to slow down on the cleansing and reduce the flushes because he's had to buy new glasses every time he's done this, and actually he's shown the prescriptions and things, and also the cost of his glasses and going there and things, so he's had to manage a bit because the cleansing is correlating with better eyesight. Egla, his partner in promotion, she's done, I think, maybe 5 or 6 flushes too, and she's worn glasses for a long time, but she doesn't need glasses anymore, and she's got perfect eyesight. And she's flushed out the stones. This area is higher than your eyes, all right? Far higher. Flush them out, okay? Okay, you want to learn more, you can go to jubslongevityeurope.com. There's absolute amazing information that's free for you, and it's an information that expands over 30 years, okay? And it's as current today as it was then, and it's unchanged. What's been taught 30 years ago is the same as what's being taught today, that we've been teaching about live food, and we've been teaching seminars and workshops and things all about behaviour and consciousness. There's absolutely amazing information there at that site, and I think there might be 750,000 sort of hits all over the net with information everywhere, and Eaton has done what he can to start to put some of all of this together. So that's a great site to go to get more information. And that's it, is it? I could just leave that for a moment. What, we just have a little time, haven't we? 10 minutes? You got 10 minutes?
Yeah, we've got 10 minutes.
Might there be questions of personalness or some situation, or questions about someone you know, or anything that we could be, just as a question could be asked?
How do you get rid of eczema?
Eczema and cirrhotic and psoriasis, like conditions of the skin, and dermatitis, like eczema and cirrhotic, like conditions, are all healed by sealing back the intestinal tract. These conditions are healed by sealing the holes in the intestinal tract, by getting rid of the fungus out of the intestinal tract. They are forms of cancer,
Oh, goodness.
which can be
Save
shown
me.
actually this vessel will heal up,
Lord save me.
but sometimes not. It ulcerates and things, but it all is healed up and is related to intestinal tract. So
Get rid of all eczema?
yes, it clears up. What is eczema? It's bread and wheat and grain and bean being picked up by immune cells in your periosteum space, which is the space between the intestine and the lining of your abdomen. That's called your periosteum space. Nothing should be there, but when you've got, fungus growing through the intestinal tract and a celiac condition, which we're born with, eating milk product and foods like that can have exacerbated the situation. The immune cells migrate and push that stuff into the skin a bit. And they can push it anywhere where it's sort of got slight sensitivity. So it just puts it there. That's what it is.
I was thinking about my brother has diabetes 1, which you say is a diabetes 1 and diabetes 2 is the same, as you say.
Correct.
But how do you, I guess you just do the cleanse and then you can clear up diabetes 1
Yeah,
as well.
you move toward least as much as possible, and you do some a job cell rejuvenation where you're actually dislodging the debris and stuff so things can work again.
Yeah, the 14-day fasts and
Yeah,
this one.
yeah.
How
Just
long? Have you-
no, most everybody who's done it have healed up, and I can see that some people can. I'm positive about the case.
Is there any circumstances you've seen that you cannot clean it up, or when you cannot get rid of diabetes 1? Any circumstances where it's impossible?
Of course. People not following the program properly, not being able to necessarily, also having conditions where the sweetness of life is gone. Diabetes type 1 can often occur along with a bile occlusion or bile blockage because something occurred in youth where something was taken from the person and they lost the sweetness of life.
It means this loss of sweetness of life. If you look somewhere, you can look what
Yeah, exactly.
different sickness means.
Right, exactly. Right. So
If you-
these are psychosomatic situations. A neurobehavior physiological analysis of these conditions always has a psychosomatic component of it, generally.
Little question. You said, was it niacin increases the blood flow in the
Yes.
brain? So I would be good for someone with like ADD or ADHD. Or
Fabulous.
But what if if that person also at the same time has a hyperperfusion in the thalamus for the head, just have way too much blood?
Oh, marvellous. It'll normalise itself because your brain, and a person's brain in such a condition has a functional plasticity. Hyperperfusion neurologically is where you've got more blood flow, as what you've just said, and hypoperfusion is areas where there's normalised low blood pressure or low blood flow. They all become more normalised as the functioning of the brain, again, is normalised.
Okay, so it'll just normalize it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. If you take care to do some flush out stones, and maybe do a little earth mate, which is the most nice and richness of plant-basedness, which has got humics and fulvics, and 12 of the most powerful medicinals, the mushroom family, which for longevity on the earth, combined. That's a great substance to do for a short period of time here like this. And then you're doing flush out the stones, doing some castor packs, and moving on to Leesmite and increase the niacin over 14 days to 13,000 on the 14th day. slowly increase your urine as you could feel drawn. If you are comfortable to do that, you might need to read more to be comfortable about that. And then you slowly reduce during that period of time any anti-seizure medication, any drug or poison, anything at all. They're drugs and poisons, synthetics. And you could just get a sense and feel for things, actually, how you feel. But my God, you'll be able to read books like crazy, and you'll be just remembering things more easy and things, and you'll feel calm, and just feel like you've got it more, you know. Yes.
I have a question. How could you possibly get rid of high blood pressure?
Oh, that's such a beautiful question. Lots of people have the sufferedness of this, and the high blood pressure, the reason for it is because the glutamate from flesh, glutamate from beans, glutamate from sprouted grains and grains and beans and dairy cause a molecule in a calcium channel to remain open in the cell membrane. Okay, so once you've got a glutamate there, that calcium cell opens up like this. Right now it's open. Now that's useful, right, for a short period of time. Okay, because calcium floods into the cell membrane, and that causes some work to be done. All right. It also can cause it to, like that, see if it's necessary. Okay. But when you've got a glutamate molecule which is cooked, the head of it fits right in there, but its sort of tail end is real congealed, coagulated. It has enzyme-resistant link material to itself. And so it fits into that glutamate receptor site of the calcium channel. It opens it up, right? But now, normal situation is that glutamate's taken out and zinc right there goes, it closes it again. But if you're eating beans, if you're eating any flesh or dairy or grains, the glutamate in that and then the cookedness and things such all cause the calcium channel to be remain more open, and other than being able to close, calcium floods in through the calcium channel and excites the cell to death, but also causes hypertension. But I can guarantee if you do live food nutritional fasting or LiveSmart nutting faster, you're going to clear up this condition. And if you remain more on LiveSmart, you're going to be right there for your great-grandchildren.
Good.
Yeah.
We started the cleanse yesterday, me and Michael, and I can already feel the fingertips or the skin is a lot softer.
That's exactly.
If you feel it on the outside,
Oh, yes.
definitely something going on inside.
Right. Who else has any stories of cleansing that's here? Thorsten, our cameraman? Okay. Ethan?
Yeah, with this cleansing, it's amazing. I can learn 2 or 3 times faster than everyone at school, and especially with urine therapy, the Breakfast of Champions. I can definitely learn rapidly. And I have my intestines are...
Creates a greater deep meditative state because urine is not a waste product, okay? That's the thing.
Okay, but you say urine therapy is like drinking it, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, there's all sorts of... Cleopatra loved to drink it, but she spritzed her skin with it. Apparently, her skin was amazing. You know. Right.
Hey.
Only when urea is there, actually, you can get substance into your cells and things. But if you do urine therapy by itself, somebody who has high blood pressure, if they just had a little bit of their urine, put it under the tongue, it works much more powerful than nitroglycerin for all of a sudden relaxing of the blood vessel. But one other thing which would be amazing is to make sure no mouth breathing when you sleep. Must breathe through the nose, so there's no snoring. Yeah, that's very important. A way to do that might be just to be so comfortable, you know, is to put maybe a little bit of surgical tape over the mouth for 2 weeks. And after that, you're done, you know. But there must be no snoring to correct this. Okay, because hypocapnia, which is the loss of carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide is very important because carbon dioxide is a smooth muscle dilator. You need carbon dioxide, you need nitric oxide to actually open up your capillaries. Without nitric oxide, carbon dioxide, there really is no real smooth muscle dilation, you see, so that's a good one too. You know, there's a big difference between a breath and
I'm gonna pause. So we got a kind of like a guide to sparring or to fighting. So you have the no head contact, the no finishing, you got the power hold for XP, you stop at a tap out, and then you restart or adjust. So adjust would be, you know, if I'm choking, ease up on the choke, buddy. Okay, so I could do some more things here, but I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna, let's see. Oh shit. My Instagram, if you've seen past streams, what happened was I have this Instagram account of Master Chim, who I met through the grappling coach at my gym, who initially trained there in the Bronx. So I connected with Master Chim to go to his gym in the Bronx, and I wanted to check it out and potentially connect with him about promoting the League of Champions there. So when I arrived, he was not there. I did check out the gym, and now I'm staying connected with him through Instagram. I'm going to send him a video. So here's the convo. Come to the 7 p.m. class. I said, your gym is awesome. He gave me the prayer hands. I said, can I send you a super quick video, like not even 30 seconds? So this is going to be my elevator pitch. Of course, he says. Okay. So elevator pitch. I shouldn't do it with this handlebar mustache. I don't know. The regular mustache. Wait, let's see. Master Chim? No, he's got a goatee. All right. He might appreciate the handlebar mustache. All right. So what I want to say. What do I want to say to Master Chim? What I wanted to say, because I already thought about this. All right, this in red, the color of blood. Master Chim. I wanted to see you in person, but I won't be able to come back except for maybe once a month. I wanted to see you in person. I wanted to connect with you. I wanted to connect with you in person, but I guess in the digital age, no, that's not. I want to connect with you in person, so you could see how committed I am. No. So you would see, I wanted to connect with you in person. Because like I said, your gym is awesome, and if I recall correctly, and I heard, if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there? Question mark. I am looking for a new location for my League of Champions, and let me know, and if you could please let me know if you'd be down to host. You don't have to do anything. Just let me know if it would be okay, and I'll connect back in with you on the details, and you can let me know then how much would be worth it for you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. So Master Chim, I just wanted to connect with you. No, Master Chim, I wanted to connect with you in person, because I want to connect with you in person. I wanted to connect with you. All right, we're not going to do the in-person thing. I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you had tournaments there. So I'm looking for a new location for my League of Champions. And I just wanted to know if, and just let me know if you could please be down to host my next tournament. You don't have to do anything as far as setting it up. You know, just let me know if it will be okay, and then I'll connect back in with you on the details, and you can let me know the cost and whatever else. All right, thank you so much. And okay, so we got Master Chim. I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome, and if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there? We have ended already. So, just let me know if you can, please, be down to host my next event. You wouldn't have, you don't have to, you don't have to do anything extra. You don't have to do anything extra, and if you don't want to, okay, and if you don't want to, you don't have to do anything extra. If you don't want to, just let me know if it's cool, right? Just let me know if it's cool. I'll just let me know if it's cool, and just let me know if it's cool, and I'll come back with more details. I'll come back in a I'll come back and I'll come back. Just let me know if it's cool, and I'll come back, and you don't have to do anything extra if you don't want to. Just let me know if it's cool. If it's okay. I'm going to put okay, not cool. I'm going to put okay. Just let me know if it's okay. And what I want to do here is make it so that he doesn't have to really write back anything, because I'm getting prayer hands as a response. That's not like a response. That's just an emote. So just let me know if it's okay. Master Chim, I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there. So just let me know if you can, please be down to host my next event. Can you please let me have my next event. You don't have to do anything extra. Okay, you don't have to do anything extra. I'll come back at some point to talk about how many people you would let in the doors. How many people you let in the doors, and how many people you would let in. Master Chim, I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome, and if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there. So yeah, just let me know if you can, please be down. Have my next event at your gym. You know, you don't have to have my. If you can, please be down to let me have my next event there. You don't have to do anything extra if you don't want to. Just let me know about how many people you would let in the doors. Let me know if it's okay, and I'll, if you don't want to, just let me know if it's okay. See, I have to address the elephant in the room, which is that his doors are locked, and that's because, you know, supposedly there's restrictions to gyms in New York. So without me saying that, it's like I don't know how to phrase this sale, because I'm trying to get money coming to his doors to make it worth his while to host my event, and that means people, and that means people that aren't his students already. So he's been having closed door sessions like a lot of gyms. You know, we do it. We shut the doors. We don't wear masks. It's like the owner thinks that the health department's going to come by and give him a ticket. So I really don't think he's going to say no, but I have to address that. So what I have so far is, Master Chim, I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is really awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So, you know, I want to have my next tournament there. And I know it's like a thing now with these places, with the, how do I say this? So I know you've had tournaments there, so I wanted to know if you'd be down. So I wanted to know if you'd let me have my event there. If you let me have my event there. Alright, so we got Master Chim. I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there. So I wanted to know if you'd let me have my event there. If you would, that would be epic. I came to you because I believe you're a patriot. And I want to say, like, I still believe in the American dream. 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 Man, if I say that, Hill would definitely say yes. Master Chim, I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I wanted to know if you would let me have my next event there. If you would, that would be epic. You know, I came to you because I believe you're a patriot, and I want to support your business by bringing people in the door. And I want to support your. I want to give back. 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 So any guests, any tickets, any ticket money, any it's kind of like a church function. I don't know if we could sell tickets. Any, let's see, any ticket donations, any ticket, any at the door contributions, any money at the door. I want to give back any money at the door. Okay? Master Chim, I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome, and if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there. So I wanted to know if you would let me have my next event there. If you would, that would be fucking epic. And I came to you because I believe you're a patriot, and I want to give back any money at the door. If you want to do it, just let me know. If you want to do it, if you'd be down, let me know. That's it. I did it. All right, now I just got to practice. Master Chim, I wanted to connect. See, this is what I have to do, a video application or whatever, a video sales pitch, because he wasn't there when I went. It's probably better off that I get to practice, though. I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And I have to get this below 30 seconds, by the way. And if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there. Okay? So I wanted to know if you'd let me have my next event there. If you would, that would be epic. And I came to you because I believe you're a patriot. I believe you're a patriot. Let me see. Is that the word I'm looking for? I think it is. What's a patriot? A patriot is... It's a football team. Okay. Really? Definition. Here we go. A person who vigorously supports their country and is prepared to defend it against enemies or detractors. Oh yeah. Vigorously supports their business. Vigorously support this business. Vigorously. What does vigorously mean? Vigorously means in a way that involves physical strength, effort, or energy strenuously. Okay, Master Chim, I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there. So I wanted to know if you'd let me have my next event there. If you would, that would be so epic. And I came to you because I believe you are a patriot. You are a patriot. And I want to give back any money at the door. I want to give back any money I can bring to the door. Bring to the door. Ace.
Hey, Mr. Luke, you going to the gym?
Wasn't planning on it.
Okay, no worries. No, I'm gonna go open the door. No, because I'm waiting on my flu shot, so I'm gonna go open the door for you guys.
Open mat tonight?
Alright. Huh? Yeah, no, what you call it? We got a class at 6. No, I don't need like a body or anything. Maybe tomorrow. You be around tomorrow?
I'll be around tomorrow.
Alright, cool. I'll let you know what time.
No problem. Thanks. Oh, damn. My man got to get a flu shot. Ooh. Ooh, gosh. Oh, I should have said don't do it. He ain't gonna listen to me. Good Lord. I can bring to the door. So if you'd be down. So if you'd be down, let me know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Master Chim, I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there. So I wanted to know if you'd let me have my next event there. If you would, that would be so epic. And I came to you because I believe you're a patriot. And I want to give back any money I can bring to your door. Through your door. So if you'd be down, please let me know. Thank you so much. I told him it would be under 30 seconds. I don't know if that's going to cut it. Let me see. Stopwatch. Here we go. Start. Master Chim, I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there. So I wanted to know if you'd let me have my next event there. If you would, that would be so epic. And I came to you because I believe you're a patriot. And I want to give back any money I can bring to that door. So if you would be down, let me know. Thank you so much. 26 seconds. Okay. Just cut it. I told him not even 30 seconds, so. Oh my God. I actually did it. Oh shit. Now I gotta actually. Should I put footage of my sparring or should I? I think I gotta put footage of the sparring is what I gotta do. So I'm gonna hold this up. Let's put you this way. gotta put this up like this, and then I gotta go to my playlists, and I gotta go to hello? Don't I have? Oh, here we go. Okay. View full playlist. Children sparring. Let's see. My highlights. Maybe this is it. All right. Let's see. I think I can do like this. Can you see? Flip the video over. Oh, damn. This footage sucks. I think this is all from... Is this good? Let's see. Oh, damn, he's getting after it. Here we go. I'm just waiting for them to stand up, and then I'm gonna start recording. Thank you so much, bro. I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. If I recall correctly, you've had tournaments there. So I wanted to know if you'd let me have my next event there. If you would, that would be so epic. And I came to you because I believe you're a patriot. And I want to give back any money I can bring through your door. So if you would be down, let me know. Thank you so much. That wasn't good. Hold on. I fucked up. I should put this on a stand, bro. Delete this. Let's try this again. Alright. You know what the shitty part is that the fucking phone, it's not the right fucking phone. I mean, it's not the right camera. Because all this was filmed in a sideways view. But thank you so much, bro. I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I wanted to have my next event there. And I came to you because I believe you're a patriot. And I want to give back, any money that comes through that door. So if you would be down, please just let me know. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Oh, fuck. Was that good? I think I could do better. I think I could do better than that. Let's see. I think I don't even have to listen. I know I could do better. I think that was good footage, though. Should I just... No, I'm not going to do it myself. I'm going to stick to showing the footage, but maybe I could get a better angle or something, because this is, like, shitty. Oh, you know what I did, though? I cut out the part about, if you would, that would be epic. So I'm going to just keep that gone. I'm going to say, thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much, bro. I want to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there? Question mark. Now, he hasn't had them in a while, so I don't know what's the deal with that. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there? Question mark. So I wanted to see if you'd be down to let me have my next event there. I would understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot. I would understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot. Now, I'm not questioning that he's a patriot or not. Understand that. I'm not questioning whether you're a patriot or not. I believe you're a patriot. And that's a good thing. I believe you're a patriot. So I want to give back by bringing money in your door. Bringing money in your door. Bringing money in your door. So just let me know. Let me know. All you got to say is yes or no. Let me write this again one more time. Thank you. I got to write smaller. So much, bro. I want to connect with you. Because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there? Question mark. So I wanted to see if you'd be down to let me have my next event there. Bro, I would understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot, and I want to give fucking back money to your door with any I want to bring back money to your door. And I have a plan to do that. Thank you so much, bro. I want to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I wanted to see if you'd be down to let me have my next event there, bro. I would understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot, and I want to give back money to your give back money through your door. Give back money through your door by way of sponsorship. So there wouldn't have to be a large crowd. Let me know, bro. Let me know, bro. Thank you so much, bro. I can't wait. Thank you so much, bro. I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I wanted to see if you'd be down to let me have my next event there. You know, I'd understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot, and I want to give back money through your door by way of sponsorship. So there wouldn't have to be a large crowd. I could tell you more about it. Just let me know if you'd be down. Thanks, bro. Let's try again. Stopwatch. Thank you so much, bro. I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I wanted to see if you'd be down to let me have my next event there. You know, I understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot. I want to give back money through your door by way of sponsorship. So there wouldn't even have to be a large crowd. I could tell you more about it. Just let me know if you'd be down. Thanks, bro. Yeah, 29 seconds. All right. So now I'm going to hold this video up to here. And let's scan ahead to some better footage because this is like pretty bad. All right. So you go like this, we gotta go like this, and we gotta go like this. Thank you so much, bro. I want to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I want to see if you'd be down to let me have my next event there. I understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot and I want to give back money through your door by way of the sponsors. So it wouldn't even have to be a large crowd. But just let me know if you'd be down, bro. And I'll tell you the rest of the details. We could set a date or whatever. Fucked up! Thank you so much, bro. I want to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I was wondering if I could have my next event there. I understand if you couldn't, but I believe you're a patriot. And so I want to bring money through your door by way of sponsorship. I could tell you more details if you're down. Just let me know. Thanks. Damn, it was over 30 seconds. I got to do it again. That was pretty good, though. I think that was pretty good. I'm getting it. Delete that. Let's go back to here. Thank you so much, bro. I want to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I wanted to have my next event there. You know, I understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot. And I want to bring money through your door, through all the sponsors, so you wouldn't even have to have a large crowd. But just let me know if you'd be down. I'd tell you more. Thanks a lot. Ooh, how long was that? Bro. 38. Oh, man, that's way long. What the fuck? I told him under 30 seconds, bro. Thank you so much, bro. I can't even listen. I can't listen. Oh, fuck. Alright, here we go. Thank you so much, bro. I want to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I wanted to see about having my next event there. You know, I understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot, so I wanted to bring money in through your doors, through the sponsors, so there wouldn't even have to be a crowd if you don't want. But if you be down, let me know and we could talk more. Thanks a lot. Oh, that was under 20. That was under 30 seconds. I saw it. It was 29. 29. Bro. Thank you so much, bro. I want to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I wanted to see about having my next event there. You know, I understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot, so I wanted to bring money in through your doors, through the sponsors, so there wouldn't even have to be a crowd if you don't want. But if you be down, let me know and we can talk more. Thanks a lot. Oh! That's the one. And I could put that on YouTube too because that's an advertisement. Non-specific, I'll send that to everyone. I don't give a fuck. Let's go, baby. That's a chimp. Thank you so much, bro. Thanks again. You the best. Here we go, boys. Girls.
Thank you so much,
ladies,
bro.
gentlemen.
I wanted to connect with you because, like I said, your gym is awesome. And if I recall correctly, you have had tournaments there. So I wanted to see about having my next event there. You know, thank you so much, bro. I understand if you can't, but I believe you're a patriot, so I want to bring money in through your doors, through the sponsors, so there wouldn't even have to be a crowd if you don't want. But if you be down, let me know, and we can talk more. Thanks a lot. Stan, if you can't.
Oh.
Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you so much, bro. Oh, it came out to 2 videos. Fuck. I'm saving that one. Woohoo! Damn, bro. Yeah, the other thing I gotta look up is knee pads because my knee is fucking fucked. I don't even want to look it up. What I need is big, thick, pro wrestling knee pads. Big, thick ones. Best wrestling knee pads? Not even. Wrestling knee pads, attack the back. Nope. We need pro wrestling, bro. Pro wrestling. Pro wrestling. What is this? Do wrestlers wear knee pads? Custom knee pad. Best wrestling knee safe. Oh, okay. Okay. Best knee health reviews, styles. These guys ain't even wearing pads. Oh, okay. I see. Reviews. 1, 2. These aren't. This is not what I'm looking for. No, not even. Nothing. 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 All right. Pro wrestling gear. WWE. High spots. Oh. For fans, for wrestlers, in-stock gear, knee pads. We need the biggest, fattest ones. Like this. Like this. All these. Best sellers. Okay. Knee pads. Sort by... Let's go, highest price. No, because then they're going to be... What is this? Pleather? Lowest price. I don't give a fuck. Alright, trace. I got these already. The generic blue trace style. Okay. Maybe I just need a bigger one, is what it is. Generic pleather, matte trace style knee pad. See, why does this look like it comes around more, though? I need the side protection is what I need. None of these have that side. I want it to go all the way around. Is there another view? Pleather. Really? Alright, I guess we gotta go with the trace. They don't... You know what I gotta do? I gotta wear trace with a brace underneath. That's what it is. I need trace with a brace. This is pretty cool though. They're all trace. Alright, and pro knee pads. Those aren't cool. Yeah, it's gotta be the... Wow, they're all the same. Look at that. And then I need the brace underneath. These look kind of cool, but... Alright. So there it is. 614. Ricky reacted to your story. Clapping it up. Hey. Okay. So I kind of actually already have. Let me just make sure. And then I'll eat. Oh man, it's the waiting game now. Is he gonna say yes or no? I guess at least I got a good advertisement out of it. I could send that around to different gyms. Alright, so I'm looking for my brace, if you want to call it that, or supporter. Let's see, that side is gonna go. Oh no. Oh yeah. Whoops. I guess that's it. I put the thing on that side. So. Oh, these ones. Shit, these are the ones I need right here. But then I still need my brace underneath because my knee is kind of sore right now. Bloody my knee. Okay. Which one should I take out? I'll take this one out. Yeah. All black. I usually use these only for. Oh, here's another one. Is that the? Okay. Well, maybe I'll try that one. Never know. Never know. Oh, seal this back up. Battle chest. I know I got a brace somewhere. Here's something. Yep, there it is. Okay. Took these out with the scorecards. Stuck to some Velcro. Really stuck. Okay. So I got a knee supporter. I got a knee kind of like a brace. I think I'm gonna have to do both of these. So this one probably first. Maybe probably this one first, the black one, and then the knee pads over everything. This is just so I can actually get in the gym and do something besides sit there and coach. Whatever that outside ligament is on the outside of the knee. I'm pretty sure that's gone. I think that's what popped when I was doing jiu-jitsu. My first tournament, I got a guy in a triangle choke, and he powered through, and I didn't think that could happen. Nobody told me that if you're trying to choke a kid to death and his only choice is to tap out or fight for his life, and he fucking blasts his back up. You know, he pressed on me, and my knee popped. It didn't even hurt though. The ligament didn't hurt. This was when I was probably 19 or 20. So I'm 40 now, and when I go to get up on my knee, if I get up where it puts pressure on the outside, so if my leg is folded underneath me and I try to get up on the side, the knee pops out of its socket. It doesn't have the ligament holding in there. So that's what happened the other day, and this is as sore as it's ever been. There's some serious injury going on in there with I think the bones maybe rubbed together because it felt like it locked. And the back of my legs all locked up. It has to do with the gut condition. I know that. Because that side is just, there's so much congestion and inflammation coming from that valve and the gut itself. I mean, both sides are fucked up. My right side has been overcompensating because of my left side. Because I injured my left knee first, a long time ago. Even before martial arts. I injured it doing extreme rollerblading. So one of my tricks was to jump off of stairs. So I rollerbladed, jumped off of stairs, and I didn't blow my knee out, but I injured the cartilage. Injured the cartilage of the left knee. So that's a micro imbalance that I had too much weight on the left side, which is the colon. I didn't really jump off of anything too crazy. I mean, I might have jumped down 8 steps once, but you know, that small injury, because my mother didn't know any better. She took me to a surgeon. You know, he cut out the cartilage, and so that could never have healed. Now, who's to say? Everything happens for a reason, right? Okay, so maybe it is what it is regardless. I mean, it definitely is, but I shouldn't blame anybody. It wasn't because of the doctor, even. But it is what it is, and I believe that is the reason why I blew my right knee from overcompensating. Now I got inflammation on both sides. So, luckily it's not a new injury, but I'm waking up to the fact that I don't have any room for error. So, I got these apples to eat with my cheese. I had cheese yesterday. I have 1 cheese left. I'm not going to make a new cheese. If I ever eat again, I'll try to make it my cheese. But I'm definitely fasting, like I've been building up to for a while. I had to... Oh, another reason why I think I got injured the other night, or maybe because one of the reasons why it hurt so much, is because of the parasite flush I did. That fucking oil of the pine oil that I took, was more powerful than I realized. Because the day after, I think it was the day after, or 2 days after, I think it was the day after actually, my fucking kidneys hurt in a way that they never have. Not that it was extremely painful, but my kidneys, I know the difference between my back, my intestine, these things that I'm familiar with that. But my kidneys I never got pain in my kidneys like this. It was just a quick cramp. Just one shot. I was like, oh shit. I guess that's from the fucking oil, a pine oil. So then the day after is when I went to go spar. When I went to go to the new gym. So I think that had something to do with it, because my body just wasn't recovered from that. Even though, you know, I definitely had stuff come out, but I don't know what it was, because I don't know if it was the pumpkin cheese. I didn't see any parasites, but it definitely was not a normal stool. So, you know, I don't know if it was just the pumpkin seeds doing it. But pumpkin seeds themselves are anti-parasitic. So, you know, everything just happening the way it is, the way it, you know, written in the stars, as they say. For whatever the mechanism, by whatever mechanism, I'm fasting now. It's my last meal. Just so happens to be my commercial product that I'm going with. This is a recipe that I got from Dr. Jubb, who basically prescribed to me to use the pumpkin seed because of my brain injury. and he showed me many different ways of using it, and this recipe is a Master Lukey original, but it does come from Dr. Judd because he gave me all my cooking recipes, all my recipes using all my cheese recipes that I learned from him. You know, that's the first place where I learned how to make cheese. We had a few different types of cheeses there, made from almonds. Brazil nuts was in one. Pine nuts. Pine nuts makes a great cheese. So all I did was, once I got certified as a chef, I kept on working in my own kitchen using those guidelines to be live food, and I developed a bunch of my own recipes, and I improved some of Jub's recipes by making them simpler and cheaper, because pine nuts are expensive. Pumpkin seed's not as expensive. But also, the pumpkin seed is a nutritional powerhouse. Dr. Jub gave me the pumpkin seed recipe because of my brain injury. The essential fats is exactly what the brain is made out of. And the pumpkin seed is actually a better fat, if you think about it in this way. For example, what's known as a healthy fat? Coconut oil. Let's see, chia. Well, chia is a good one, but it's hard to make that into a product because it's so small. Chia is the seed of what is it called? The fruit of the warrior? Something of warrior seed, I think it's called. Warrior seed, maybe. Yeah, I know my cutting is very sloppy. Surprised I didn't cut myself. So chia is great, but it's like, what are you gonna make with that? It's like you need to cut it with quinoa and millet and stuff. So here it is, my last meal. I'm doing it this time. Oh, one more. I know it's a lot of apples. I was only gonna get 4, but I had $5, and I gave the $5 to him. I think the health food store is actually getting a new owner. I saw somebody giving him a check the other day. And he was like showing him around. He's showing him around the place, and then he gave him a check. At least that's what I saw. Maybe I didn't see correctly. But anyway, we got apples and cheese. Anybody in the chat? Okay. Take a look, see. Yeah, I've been building up to this for a while, you know. As much as food addiction is real, like Al said in the chat, you know, it's just a necessity, bro. Like if I don't do this, I'm not gonna make it, and that's not an option for me. I'm gonna make it the best I can. And giving up food, it's hard. It's probably going to be hard. But it's this or nothing. It's this or fucking death. What choice do I have? it's either don't eat or don't live. I think it's that part I can deal with. You know, and don't live. It might sound like an exaggeration, but if I can't fight, what can I do? That's all. That's my whole life is based around me becoming a successful mixed martial arts, you know, mixed martial artist. So I need to pray to God that fasting is going to heal my knee, and dry fasting also. I'm going to do that. I got some stuff that I can do for my knee, which I am going to do. It's called Black Gold Triple X. It's right here. Can't turn this camera on. I've done it before on different areas, so that'll be a good video. Me scrubbing myself. Let's see. I think I'm gonna just eat now. Let me pull up a video that we can watch. I'm probably just gonna eat and get tired, bro, and then go to sleep. What the hell? What time is it? 6:30. I can't go to sleep yet. I won't be able to. New knee pads? Hell yeah. Need them. No, wait. Maybe I don't. I got the knee pads. Never mind. What was I watching before, though? Decertify the election. Wow. COVID-19 vaccine. Outdated U.S. data risks squeezing state distribution plans. Okay. How I shoot my YouTube videos. How long is that? 25 minutes? That's too long. Resist. Sacrifice relationships. Drills to improve your Muay Thai. No, that's gonna get me pissed off. Golden Elixir. Okay. Best ways to grow a stream. That's too long. Alright, we're gonna do Golden Elixir. I'm gonna pee. Be right back.
You on the nipple, and when you suck very hard, the uterus of the woman contracting. So that's why they know that their connection with the sexual organ. You know?
Okay.
So when you spiral in the nipple and you feel arousal, and when it started to get harder, you feel arousal feeling. So you feel that connecting to the ovary. Okay. And the ovary, uterus, and from there we're going to go up into the upper gland. We have thymus gland, thyroid glands.
Wash my hands.
And the salivary gland. That is a big gland. That's a big gland. Okay. And the pituitary, hypothalamus, and thalamus and pineal gland. And after that, we coming down because they discover a mulli, and the mulli. So some lady have 3 nipple, or 4 nipple, or even 5 nipple.
Really?
That, so they discovered the whole mulli, women have about 8 nipple. I mean, a lot.
One, two,
And
three, four,
all
five,
these
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
nipple have connection to the gland system.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I need 10 of these, right?
Okay. So it's very straightforward practice. And whole key is your finger have to have chi. And yesterday we already do that part that it good to simple. Sometimes you just open your palm and just activate the chi. And the theory very simple in the Tao is they always negative and positive come together. And the major theory is the spin. The spin. So this one of the oldest tradition in the Tao, Tai Chi spinning, Tai Chi symbol is spinning.
Oh,
It
wow.
never stop.
Looks my balls, my the Baoding balls.
And that's what the whole universe and all the technology, all
Where
the
are they?
mechanical, everything is spin, creating suction.
I got Baoding balls somewhere. You know those ones that you joke about? I think they're actually at the gym.
It's straightforward. Sometimes if
Apples
you're
and cheese.
by yourself, you can do it. Nothing, anything.
Reminds me when I was a kid, my mom used to make me snacks. Apples and cheese. Here I am. I'm still in my parents' basement. 40 years old, eating apples and cheese. I guess I needed to restart on my own terms. Healthy. Solid. Londos. Shout out to the snake diet. I was watching this today. Let me see. I might have to some time left. So.
They're on my Snake Diet Facebook page, okay? If you scroll down, they're there. And really, there is no rules. The only rule really is you need to have your first set of pictures can't be earlier than today. But say if somebody wanted to jump in that contest like in a week or 2 weeks or even 2 days before it's done, they could still jump in. I don't give a fuck if you jump in a month down the road. It's a 2-month contest. If you think you can beat everybody in with one month worth of dieting, fuck, go for it.
Okay.
It's open season. All you need, it's up to you. Give me the best fucking testimonial you can possibly make. The best testimonial. So the more pictures, the better. The more pictures, the better. Details. And when you're the testimonial, where you'll post it, is on my Snake Diet Facebook business page. And you'll post the whole testimonial. Okay? And what'll happen is you'll post it there, and then you'll post your pictures, and you can do a write-up, and it's just going to be like a normal post, but you're going to be posting it at my page. That's it. And so all the testimonials will be on the page, and then we can go through them all, and everyone can see them all. It's everything I do. If people don't notice this by now, it's all about facing your fear of judgment. That's why I make people invite all their fucking friends to like my page. It gives me wicked publicity, plus it makes you face your fear of judgment. Because sure as shit, you'll invite somebody, they'll check the page out and be like, hey, this is fucking stupid. And then I make you post my Snake Diet logo, it's your fear of judgment. And guess who most judgmental people are? Your fucking family members and your closest friends. They're the worst ones. Usually, there's a few different reasons. A lot of times when you're trying to better yourself, people like don't want you to maybe get better because they're scared they'll lose you. You know, they're not jealous so much as they're actually scared they'll just lose you. You know what? They will lose you. Because you get to the point where you're just so much better version of yourself that you just cut them out of your fucking life. That's what happens. And that's why people that are on my diet, you want to get people around you doing it, like, especially if you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend, because the fucking, like, it's just going to break apart if one person's bettering themselves, the other person's not. Because here's what happens. This is exactly what happens. I got people sometimes, I'm coaching the guy or the girl. I do coach more women than...
I'm going to do this 5-day dry fast. Starting tomorrow.
Than men, probably because 2 reasons. Men, a lot of times, are scared to even say anything because they got to be the man, so they can't be like, oh, I fucking hate being fat. They got to be the man, so they won't ask for help. And the women get so ridiculed in society now about their looks that fucking brings them, and there's lots of that. But the 2 people, something's got to give. If one person's practicing a fasting focused lifestyle, you're gonna get wicked results. You just can't fucking deny it. That's why this works. It's free. It's fucking free. Like, people go use they do so much and spend so much. Your fucking skin, your everything just heals. It's fucking free. Your stupid MLM business that you're selling skincare products is a fucking joke compared to this. And this is free.
Hell yeah.
All the stuff, all the meds you're on. All the bullshit meds for your blood pressure, everything. Everything. This is how you get true vitality. True fucking vitality. And it's fucking free. All you gotta do is fucking do it. I don't need to sell this. I'm not selling fuck all. I don't make any money. I have, like, right now I got 3 paying clients. And the only reason they pay me is because they take more of my time because they call me every day. I'm helping everyone for fucking free. Okay? And the reason I do that is because the value I'm going to get in the future is going to be something special compared to just fucking trying to, hit that one client like at the gym up for a $60 bill for a session. There's so much more value in this. It's something special. It's something you can do. You can do it. Your grandma can do it. Your fucking grandpa can do it. Your kid can do it. Your dog can do it, for fuck's sake. We even talked about animals fasting, right? Everybody can do it. Everybody can do it. You just got to not be scared. You got to not be scared, and you got to be able to handle that fucking judgment from everyone around you, and you got to understand that a lot of times people aren't looking out for your best interest. The people that are pumping you up, good. People that aren't, fuck them. Cut them out. They're fucking a waste of your time. Complete fucking waste of fucking time. Back to the fat loss contest. Yeah.
So I'm gonna do it. I think now's as good a time as any, because my knee's blown up. But if I don't start now, I'm definitely starting fasting after this meal. But if I don't do the dry fasting for some reason, I'll work my way up to that. I just want to address what he's saying about cutting people out. I think if he wasn't a carnivore, or not a carnivore, an omnivore, he would have a more cooperative or productive social mindset. Instead of thinking about becoming better and cutting people out, he might think about how to lift, to be something like what I'm trying to do, is to create a brand and a business about empowering people. That's the difference. See, now what he's saying is true, though. You know, there's always a bit of truth in these things. Like my mother, for example. She's not a. She could have been an example of a woman who wants to be healthy. You know, wants to lose weight. But she decided to continue to get fatter. And do Weight Watchers, which I don't know I mean, I know what the reason is. The reason is because of the addictive chemicals produced by the microorganisms, you know, of the food that she ate. For example, you have growth factor in dairy products, so the guts get really big. And the guts, it's like a system that has to feed itself. So that's not going to get turned around. So I could understand why, but I'm just saying, as somebody who's knowledgeable and who practices building a healthy environment of bacteria, which is not a component of the snake diet, which this man is advertising. He's advertising the snake diet, which I already requested to join his group, and I'll create a life food version where I'm still adhering to the snake diet principles, which is you have two kinds of fasting. You have the drinking and the dry fasting. So I'm starting the drinking one, definitely, and potentially the dry one. Because the dry one is the more powerful one, although it's the more difficult one. But it's something that you can work up to. So I've been working up to that. You know, I'm still working up to it. Starting the drinking fast. Battery power 5%. Okay. I gotta plug my phone in. Stand by. Rabbit. Yeah, the brain of the gut. He's on competitive bacteria, so he basically, when he speaks, he's talking, you know, from his. You can hear what's going on in his body through that. The language has to do with the brain, areas of the brain. So he's not thinking about, in this case, creating something that, it's something that people could easily plug into. So say Johnny, he doesn't want to lose his girlfriend. He's doing a fasting, as he calls it, fasting focused lifestyle. So he says he's not selling the snake diet. Well, if you did, it would be a lot easier for them to do it together, because some people can cook for themselves, some people can't cook for themselves. Some people can train by themselves, some people need a personal trainer. You see? But because he's created a condition where it's kill or be killed in his gut with the meat that he eats. He's created a situation that's being expressed as there's not enough room for everyone. That's why some people think the world is overpopulated, because there's an industry an industry that's based on animal agriculture, Yeah. So that's where that's where the biggest problem in the world comes from, which is environmental destruction. It's from the cattle industry. So, it's not a whole picture that the snake diet has. He could potentially have new life rebranded under me. The Master Lukey brand snake diet. I'm going to call it the dragon diet. It's not eating for 5 days. Alright, but I'm eating right now. I'm eating my pumpkin seed cheese. It's called Dino cheese. Yeah. Look at that. Dino cheese, it'll cost you a bunch of money to buy Dino cheese, spend all your money on Master Lukey.
So any specific, what would be the specific stuff you would want on your testimonials?
Okay, so minimum what you should have is pictures. So if you took, so it's basically a 2-month routine, right? So every 2 weeks, so the starting pictures you want, so front, hands over the side, and then you want, can you see, and then side, and then back. So you want to do a front, side, back, at least every 2 weeks. And the reason I'm doing that is then I will not be able to be fucking fooled. You can't fucking fool me. You're not going to you're not going to be able to fool me on a testimonial. Okay, so don't worry about that for you other people that are worried that somebody could cheat. They're not going to fucking fool me. Trust me on this. So you want pictures every 2 weeks. You want that minimum. You want to take them every week, but even be better. Okay? So that's the main part. Pictures, and it's strictly a testimonial based on the change in appearance, but you can put in the weight loss because that's cool. Like, write that in there. Like, if you lost fucking 100 pounds, write it in. Like, it's cool stuff. Okay? I'm looking at the overall best testimonial. So the weight loss will count somewhat. Just say if there's 2 people where the transformation was like, fuck, we can't decide who had a better transformation. But one person has like log documentation that they might have lost some more weight. Maybe that would help. But then that could be lied about though. The weight loss could be lied about because they could bullshit the scale somehow. I'm not there to weigh them. So, okay. So mainly the pictures and then write something up good. Like, this is cool stuff. The results you can get from this way of eating are insane. And also I might start doing like another video in the middle of the week now. Because I know that I can help more people. Like, optimally, if it gets big enough, I'd probably just do a talk every night. But I won't do that yet. But yeah, so that's what you need for the testimonial. Just as much documentation as you can have. A nice full testimonial. Okay? The pictures, so you're going to have your starting pictures, week 2, week 4, week 6, and then there should be 5 sets of pictures and 5 sets with 3 pictures each. And I'll tell you right now, the less clothing you have on, the better. Like, I don't think Facebook will I don't even care if you're butt naked as long as you cover your penis and boobs and vagina or whatever, right? As long as they're covered up with something, I don't care if you're butt naked. But I don't know what Facebook allows, so that's your discretion. Because if you got clothes on, you're not going to be able to fucking tell, you're not going to be able to tell exactly how good the transformation was, right? So the more, all
right, I'm going to win. Now, I'm trying DuckDuckGo because Google is giving me some bull crap. Yeah. Pasteur exposed the false foundations of modern medicine. Hell yeah. Germs, genes, and vaccines. Wow. $725. Holy. Videos. Ooh, spontaneous generation. Ooh, Pasteur versus Richamp. Let's try this one. Who had it right?
So, what were these differences? First of all, Pasteur stated that diseases arise from outside the body, while Beecham said they come from inside the body. Then Pasteur claimed that microorganisms are the primary cause of disease. However, Beecham said that the deterioration of the host body caused disease. And then Pasteur announced that every disease is associated with a particular microorganism, while Beecham countered that every disease is associated with a particular condition within the body. And finally, Pasteur proved that to prevent disease, we have to build defenses, while Beecham proved that to prevent disease, we have to build the body. So who was right? Let's first look to modern science. One school of thought says most disease is caused by germs or some form of static, disease-causing microbe, also known as the germ theory. In order to get well, you should kill the germs, kill the microbes, kill whatever is making you sick. Drugs, antibiotics, chemotherapy, radiation, or surgery are the methods. The other school of thought says most disease is caused by some unbalance in the body. The unbalance occurs in some nutritional, electrical, structural, toxicological, or biological equation. In order to get well, you need to reestablish balance in your body by working with your body, not against it. Pasteur's discovery that most infectious diseases are caused by germs is one of the most important in medical history. His work became the foundation for the science of microbiology and a cornerstone of modern medicine. So, if germs are outside attackers invading the body, and if we can develop and market an array of weapons with which to kill them, we can conquer disease. Overwhelmingly, modern science for 150 years has supported the germ theory and has shown it works. However, if the germ theory were 100% correct, then why, when we constantly breathe in 14,000 germs per hour, are we not always sick? Have you ever wondered, if germs were the only answer to all sicknesses, then why do only a few people get sick in an exposed group, while others are not affected at all, even if they drank and ate the same food, breathed the same air, or touched the same things? Beecham's "treat the patient, not the infection" stated that it is a mistake to try to kill the infection directly, rather than to search for the cause as to why that person's immune system did not handle the infection on its own. The theory is that disease, or an unbalance in the body, causes germs. If we simply restore balance, removing the conditions upon which germs thrive, we can conquer disease. Eastern and natural medicine rely heavily on his work. Surprisingly, on his deathbed, Pasteur claimed that Beecham was right. So who got it right? Well, it looks like they both did, as the new biology is about reuniting these different theories and finding the common denominators. However, until we conquer all disease, killing as many germs as possible is a prudent and safe approach.
Wow.
And that is what we at NASP are experts.
Medical manufacturing and sterilization. So because this is a company that makes money killing germs. That's what you call a vested interest, to say the least. Shocking. My son texted me.
I want this. It's not going to be out until Christmas, so it's not going to come back until next Christmas.
Oh no.
Please, on my account, please.
Hell no. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go into Facebook. No. This is what I want to see. Gotta learn about this.
Have you ever wondered how things get sick? They get infections due to contact with microorganisms, which are living things too small to see without magnification. All living things, including plants, animals, and people, can get sick. Until the late 1800s, people didn't understand how or why things got sick.
No, that's not what I was looking for. I am more than halfway done with food. I just want to see this, what is it? Abiogenesis. Maybe this is it.
Good day.
Here we go.
I am Ryan Sucio Garcia, and here to do an oral presentation discussing the experiments that contribute.
Here we go.
And permit. So with all this in mind, folks, let's take a look at the history of the germ theory. I quote from Dr. Bill Hollitt's paper, The True Story, Germs, Infections, Epidemics, and Vaccinations. Here is still another chapter which requires a totally new understanding from what you have been told. You are very likely comfortable, after decades of medical germ propaganda, with the simple notion that germs cause infections, which cause epidemics, which require immunizations to cure. After all, isn't that what you learned in nursery school, primary school, high school, college, at the doctor's office, health departments, the media, etc.? Would you be shocked if we told you that almost all that you have learned about germs and disease is not true? But please bear with us as we unfold this extraordinary story. Temporarily suspend all your preconceptions and listen with an open mind, heart, and spirit. What you have learned about germs, disease, epidemics, and immunizations represents 100 years of misunderstanding and opportunism.
Oh.
Organized medicine simply made a mistaken guess about the nature of quote-unquote infectious disease about a century ago. Contemporary medicine has since been building a medical house of cards based upon a non-scientific foundation of ignorance and a few lies.
Dang.
History frequently becomes distorted to suit the needs of current vested interests. This has certainly been true concerning the quote-unquote history of germs, infections, disease, and immunizations. We have all been told about Pasteur, the father of the alleged germ theory of disease. It is a classic medical fairy tale told and retold to all of us, including our children. After all, didn't he save all our children from those horrible childhood and adult epidemics? Why, everyone knows that germs cause disease, right? Wrong. Let's go back and look at another version of those times, and you decide. First of all, the germ theory predated Pasteur by several centuries. In 1546, Geronimo Fracastatorio published the first statement about contagion in organisms. But it wasn't until 1683 that the microscope of Anton van Leeuwenhoek produced a visual existence of germs and bacillus. In 1762, M.A. Plensick published a germ theory of infectious disease. He postulated that organisms living outside of our bodies could invade us and cause infection and disease. It does seem, therefore, that Pasteur copied all this information and presented it as his own in 1878. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's not quite that true either. Because, aside from plagiarizing all those other people from centuries and decades before him, Pasteur plagiarized someone else. Let me read you from Waylene James's book, Immunizations, the Reality Behind the Myth, because she has a lot more to say on this subject. Let's go back to the scientific world of about 130 years ago. Scientists were arguing about the origin and nature of living matter and were asking such questions as, what is the thing that causes milk to sour, meat to spoil, and wine to ferment? Where does it come from? Does it come from the air? Does it grow from other matter? Or does it just appear from nowhere? Most scientists believe the thing that caused fermentation appeared from nowhere. This theory was called spontaneous generation. One French scientist, however, proved through experiments in his laboratory that fermentation was the result of living organisms and that these organisms are airborne. They grow in the food and ferment it by a process of their digestion, assimilation, and excretion. Does this sound like I am talking about Louis Pasteur? Read on. The same scientist also discovered that living organisms exist within cells as well as on external surfaces, and that these organisms can cause fermentation as can airborne organisms. Devastating, had the ideas not been oversimplified and distorted. For instance, having realized that airborne microorganisms, later known as bacteria, cause fermentation, He became fixated and sought to explain by germs of the air everything that he had explained before by spontaneous generation. He ignored those microorganisms within the cells of our body that can cause not only fermentation but perform other important biological functions as well. He also taught that these minute organisms were fixed, monomorphic entities, and he divided them into different classes, claiming that each group fermented one kind of food and another fermented another, and so on. This eventually led to the theory that different bacteria cause different diseases. This is the familiar germ theory of disease, of course, and the opportunist and plagiarist was none other than the hallowed Louis Pasteur. This is a heretical idea and is easy to say at this distance in time, but as the facts as set forth by Ethel Douglas Hume in her book show, Béchamp or Pasteur, which is the title, the book is extremely well documented. Miss Hume spent years poring over every scientific paper presented by the chemist, Louis Pasteur, and by the chemist, physician, naturalist, and biologist, Professor Pierre-Jacques Antoine Béchamp. As she noted their dates, it became clear that Pasteur, who in many instances first ridiculed Béchamp's theories, later appropriated them and took full credit for their discovery. Now, the reasons Louis Pasteur's theories, plagiarized theories and distorted theories were accepted during his day was because, first of all, his theories fit the mechanistic theories of the universe that were popular in the 19th century, and it also fits human nature because man loves to take responsibility and throw it outside of himself. And the idea that these bad little germs came and flew around and attacked us made a very good scapegoat. And of course, the third reason was that Louis Pasteur's ideas fit commercial interests. You know, in the case of disease, the cause are germs, and our protectors is the medical establishment. Hold on a second here, folks. Bill's going to turn the tape over, and we'll be back with you in a minute.
One 800-2896.
Are not individuals arranged in classes like cats and dogs, but are conditions growing out of one another. Is it not living in a continual mistake to look upon diseases as we do now as separate entities, which must exist like cats and dogs, instead of looking upon them as conditions, like a dirty and a clean condition, and just as much under our control, or rather as the reactions of a kindly nature against the conditions in which we have placed ourselves? I was brought up by both scientific men and ignorant women distinctly to believe that smallpox, for instance, was a thing of which there was once a first specimen in the world, which went on propagating itself in a perpetual chain of descent, just as much as there was a first dog or a first pair of dogs, and that smallpox would not begin itself any more than a new dog would begin without there having been a parent dog. Since then, I have seen with my eyes and smelled with my nose smallpox growing up in first specimens, either in closed rooms or in overcrowded wards, where it could not have by any possibility been caught, but must have begun. Nay more, I have seen diseases begin, grow up, and pass into one another. Now, dogs do not pass into cats. I have seen, for instance, with a little overcrowding, continued fever grow up, and with a little more, typhoid fever, and with a little more, typhus, and all in the same ward or hut. Would it not be far better, truer, and more practical if we looked upon disease in this light? For diseases, as all experience shows, are adjective, not noun substantives. True nursing ignores infection, except to prevent it. Cleanliness and fresh air from open windows with unremitting attention to the patient are the only defense a true nurse either asks for or needs. Wise and humane management of the patient is the best safeguard against infection. The greater part of nursing consists in preserving cleanliness. The specific disease doctrine is the grand refuge of the weak, uncultured, unstable minds such as now rule in the medical profession. There are no specific diseases. There are specific disease conditions. I'll bet you didn't know Florence Nightingale argued against the germ theory, folks. Now, let me complete the picture a little bit now. I'm going to read you a little piece about Bernard Béchamp, the man who originated the ideas which Pasteur stole and twisted. I'm reading from Waiting James's book, Immunization, The Reality Behind the Myth. Now let us turn to Béchamp and his theories. As we proceed, you will notice that Béchamp's ideas are almost the inverse of Pasteur's. In essence, Béchamp's theories are as follows. The smallest units of living matter are what cytologists have called cell granules, which Béchamp sometimes referred to as granulations of the protoplasm. Béchamp called these organisms microzymas from the Greek word meaning small ferments because they induce fermentation. Not all cell granules are microzymas, however. Microzymas are identifiable because they have some structure and are autonomous. They are the antecedents of cells and the fundamental unit of the corporate organism. Every living being has arisen from the microzyma, and every living being is reducible to the microzyma. To get an idea of their size, we might say that they are to the cell what an electron is to an atom. Microzymas are constantly developing into bacteria. In fact, bacteria are an evolutionary form of microzymas. Actually, microzymas fully grown. They develop from the cells of the host organism when that organism dies. So-called virulent or pathogenic bacteria are generated by decaying matter, their function being to reduce or decompose matter back to its constituent elements. When their job is finished, they become microzymas again. Pathogenic bacteria could be thought of as nature's undertakers or cleanup crew. The microorganisms known as disease germs are either diseased microzymas, as Béchamp called them, or their evolution.
He's almost right. But I have somebody on Facebook, Instagram. He wants to know web text, YouTube, or PDF. So what I'm thinking of how to connect the idea that the biggest number one bullshit in the world that they've created an injection is based on fraud. How do I make a video? And I say, there's a sickness in the world today. There's a sickness in the world today. Something like that. There's a sickness in the world today. It's thinking that germs cause disease, when really it's the greed of the food industry. How do I get this message across that the fucking problems in the world is caused by the food industry killing the planet with their agricultural practices, killing the people by making junk food, and killing the people twice, and killing the future with injections. How do I What was the first one? Killing the environment by the agricultural practice. Okay, so that's voting with your dollars for Life Food Certified. So Life Food Certified is the healthiest for the environment. Oh shit. They're killing the environment. And they're killing the people with the food. That's number one. So by switching to a Master Luki menu, which is Life Food Certified, you're in one fell swoop healing the earth and the people and yourself and the kids the people you love and the future. You're stopping it. You're stopping death, which is what Life Food does. You're stopping the downward spiral. Now, they're killing the earth, they're killing the people, and then they're killing them twice with these injections. Well, how do I... Oh yeah, because of the germ theory. So the whole thing is, the whole germ theory is a fraud, but the reason why people are getting sick is because of what they're eating, and the environment also is toxic. But the germ theory is propped up by a pharmaceutical industry that's also financed by the money that also finances, the same owner has money in the pharmaceutical companies and the stock market and the the animal industry. So let's see. The same hand that invests in pharmaceuticals also is invested in animal agriculture. Trafficking. It's trafficking. Animal trafficking. Environmental destruction. Let's see. So I gotta oh, is it called Cowspiracy? Hold on, what's Cowspiracy about? But that's not the germ theory, that's the only thing. Cowspiracy is about something else. Hold on, what's Cowspiracy about? I don't think I actually ever saw this. Oh shit, the whole thing. Dang, alright. Sustainability secret. This is old news. Let me pause it. I'll watch that for myself. I'm gonna have to end the stream because I'm about to eat my last food. So I'll start putting something together. I'm gonna have a lot of energy by not eating and resting. I'll be able to focus on this plan here. So what I'm thinking is a video to connect. So we're gonna start with food. We're gonna start with the germ theory because the person, I'm looking at my phone over here. This guy, he's messaging, he's responding to a comment on Instagram. So he says, well, how'd you come up with the idea, that germ theory is false? Because I was saying something anti-vax, right? So I said, well, what you gotta understand is about the difference between germ theory and terrain theory. He said, yeah. I said, all right, well, how are you gonna learn? You gonna read it? You wanna watch something? He goes, web text, YouTube, or PDF. So I'm thinking, he says web text first. Okay, so the web text is like my website. So what I'll do is, I should have taken a picture of the cheese. All right. I'll make a blog. I'll make a blog. That's what it is. And the blog will have a video. We'll have this video, not this video, the pasture exposed video. All right. So I'm gonna say basically what I just said about me not eating. I'm starting a dry fast. You know, it's something that. Why don't I just do it now? PDF. Pasture exposed. $15 pages, okay. Okay, so we got a PDF now. New post. Oh, you know what? I should just tag him on an Instagram post. That's what I'll do. Alright, so I'm going to go make a new post. Okay. Here we go. Viruses only come from inside a person if they're not healthy. The body breaks down viruses only come from inside a person if they're not healthy. If they're not healthy, period. The body breaks down which is what all the tests report. Hold on. Viruses only come from inside a person if they're not healthy. The body breaks down when the body breaks down from low energy. Yeah, because the picture is vibrating energy. From low energy, not keeping it together. No, you know what? Yeah, I'll put this on my page. Okay. Healthy food is fuck. I'm losing it. I'm losing my idea for this page. He wants it all together. Web page, video, and PDF. Alright, fuck it. New post. I'll just send them over to my page. The title is Pleomorphism. Okay. Viruses only come out of a person dash they can't infect from the outside, period. They can't infect from the outside. What is being promoted is viruses only come out of a person. They can't infect from the outside. What's being promoted as viruses only come out of a person. They can't infect from the outside. All modern treatments, including vaccines, are based on this fundamentally flawed world view. Now you have hold on. Viruses only come out of a person if they're sick. If they're that's it. They only come out of a person. All vaccines, period. I mean, not period. All vaccines are based on this lie. Period. What do you think? Viruses only come out of a person. They can't infect from the outside. All vaccines are based on this lie. The fraud is well documented, but let's see. The fraud is well documented, but what I want to say is the fraud is well documented, but what I want to say is that the media is complicit. The fraud is well documented, but you won't hear it on the news after a word from our sponsor. Yeah. Put that in your pipe. Viruses only come out of a person. They can't infect from the outside. All vaccines are based on this lie. The fraud is well documented, but you won't hear it on the news after a word. Hear about it on the news after a word from our sponsor. I'm going to put that in quotes. After a word from our sponsor. Now, if you are a fighter like me, you can, let's see, you can be healthy. You can have perfect health. You can have great health. If you are a fighter like me, you can have great health. But not if you take their word for it. To them, you're just another statistic on their sales report. To me, your life is sacred, and I will fight for us all. Period. You son of a bitch. Viruses only come out of a person. They can't infect from the outside. They only come out of a person. They can't infect. They can't infect. Viruses only come from the inside. Come from inside a person. They can't infect from the outside. All vaccines are based on this lie. The fraud is well documented, but you won't hear about it on the news after a word from our sponsor. The experiments that supposedly proved the experiments that supposedly discovered germs were falsified. All vaccines are based on this lie. the PCR test they use for COVID only reports your own immune system. There is no virus on the outside. It comes from people eating junk and radiation poisoning. Low-level radiation poisoning. The fraud is well documented, but you won't hear about it on the news after a word from our sponsor. If you're a fighter like me, you can have great health, but not if you take their word for it. To them, you're just another statistic on their sales report. To me, your life is sacred, and I will fight for us all. And I'll fight with you. And I'll fight too. Just clean this up a little bit. To me, your life is sacred, and I'll fight for you too. To them, you're just a statistic, not another. Gotta clean this up. Viruses only come from inside a person. They can't infect from the outside. The experiments that supposedly discovered germs were all falsified. Were falsified. All vaccines are based on this lie. The PCR test they use for COVID only reports your own immune system. Only detects your own immune system. There's no virus on the outside. It comes from people eating junk and low-level radiation poisoning. Their body is breaking down like in Avengers Infinity War, when Thanos snaps his fingers. When Thanos snaps his fingers, the body is breaking down, like in Avengers Infinity War, when Thanos, now people might not know that, the body is breaking down, period. I'm gonna cut that part out. Oh, this is too long. The text is too long. This has to fit on Instagram too. Viruses only come from inside a person. We'll keep that. They only come from inside a person. The experiments that supposedly discovered, okay. Let's do that. Cut that part out. Viruses only come from inside a person. The experiments that supposedly discovered germs were falsified. All vaccines are based on this lie. The PCR test only detects your own system response, your own immune system. Yeah, there's no virus on the outside. People are breaking down. People's cells are breaking down from eating junk food and low-level radiation poisoning. You won't hear about this on the news after a word from our sponsor. But if you're a fighter like me, if you're a fighter inside, let's do that. But if you're a fighter deep down, you can have great health. You can have great health. Let's go, period. To them, you're a statistic. You're a statistic on a sales report, on the sales report. To them, you're a statistic on the sales report. To me, life is sacred, and I'll fight for you too. To me, life is sacred, and I'll fight for you too. Viruses only come from inside a person. The experiments that supposedly discovered germs were falsified. All vaccines are based on this lie. The PCR test only detects your own immune system. There's no virus on the outside. People's cells are breaking down from eating junk food and low-level radiation poisoning. From eating junk food. Number one cause of disease. Period. That's the real disease. But you won't hear about it on the news after a word from our sponsor. To them, you're a statistic. Oh, shit. To them, you're just a sales report. To them, you're just a sales report. To me, all life is sacred. And to me, all life is sacred, and I'll fight for you too. Viruses only come from inside a person. The experiments that supposedly discovered germs were falsified. All vaccines are based on this lie. The PCR test only detects your immune system. Hold on. What kind of test for COVID? What types of tests are there? Diagnostic tests, molecular tests, okay, so PCR, and antigen tests that detect specific proteins. Antigen. What's an antigen? A toxin or other foreign substance that induces an immune response in the body, especially in the production of antibodies. Okay. Antigen tests and antibody tests are often immunoassays of one kind or another, such as dipstick, IAS, or fluorescence immunoassays. While RAT is an immunochromatographic assay, which gives visual results that can be seen with the naked eye, it's considered to be qualitative, but a person experienced in RDT testing can easily quantify the results. Being a screening test, the results should be evaluated on the basis of confirmatory tests like PCR testing or Western blot. A screening test, the results should be evaluated on the basis of confirmatory tests. One inherent advantage of an antigen test over an antibody test, okay, is that it can take time for the immune system to develop antibodies, but the foreign antigen is present right away. Although any diagnostic test may have false negatives, this latency period can open an especially wide avenue for false negatives in antibody tests, though the particulars may receive rapid $5. Alright, so what did I learn from this? Detects antibody, no, the presence of an, or absence of an antigen. Okay, so, influenza virus antigens. Okay, so they're looking for RNA. Okay, that could cause. Yeah, see that? Oh no, this is cause. Test whether a person has current influenza infection by detecting the influenza viral nucleoprotein antigen. Influenza viral nucleoprotein antigen. Alright, I'm gonna, okay, it's not an antibody test. So there's only two? There's only two types of tests? Types of tests, diagnostic tests and antibody tests. Different types of coronavirus tests, okay. Also known as antibody test, diagnostic test, antigen test. Okay. Alright, also known as how the sample is taken. Okay, so we're not even going to look at antibody test. The antigen test is through the nasal swab. What it shows is an infection. Alright. It shows an infection. It doesn't show the virus. I could look up why antigen tests aren't accurate, but let's cut this part out. Let's cut that part out about the PCR test. Viruses only come from inside a person. The experiments that are supposedly discovered germs were false. The experiments that supposedly discovered germs the discovery of germs germ theory. Oh shit, no, I got it. Oh, Alex Ogia. Is there text? AIDS debunked. Archived. Alright. Attempts to debunk. Yeah. Oh, no. What is that? It's on Amazon. Pasteur exposed. Okay, now it's a question mark. Wow, Pasteur exposed. Here we go. The false foundations of. Holy, this one's even more expensive. $864. Damn, they gotta have some good information in here. Anything about it? Nope. Damn. No reviews. Goodbye Germ Theory. Wow. Ending a century. That's it? It's only a century? Jeez. We might have a chance. We might have a chance. It's only a century of... Oh, hold on. Thanks, John. God bless you, Luke. You're so right about the vaccines. Check this when you can. Okay? You have a fine brain, and it's needed in these days to fight the darkness. Wrong line. This is correct, Luke. Okay. I think I might have to do that on my computer. Should I do it now? I was kind of in the middle of something. Let me just see if I can... Goodbye Germ Theory is a must read for all those who love children. It's especially written for parents' education. You will learn pertinent facts about an ever-growing and oppressive medical system that has been rooting themselves into the lives of each American for over 75 years. Unlike other books of its kind, Goodbye Germ Theory attacks the actual core of medical belief, which is portrayed as science, but turns out to be more like dogmatic religion. Also unique to this book is its legal research section. Parents often feel so overwhelmed with the complexities of the legal system that they succumb to unwanted medical treatment for their children. This book will show you how to know your particular state's vaccination laws inside out so that any person may effectively challenge an oppressive vaccination law using the many legal forms provided. Wow. I mean, I doubt that stuff is still current with the New York State legislation mandating vaccination was just brought up on the 4th. New York State mandate went on the table. How's that? God bless you, John. God bless us all. My only choice is to just go for it because it's life or death. That's literally what it is. You choose germ theory, you choose death. You choose terrain theory, or what I'm promoting, that's life. I'm trying to find more out about how Pasteur fraudulently, what was the actual fraud of his experiments? Like, what were the experiments? The science has proven the error of germ theory. Vaccines do not work, in fact do the opposite, cause harm and death. I would add to the book the coincidence of doctors who embraced pagan evolution and eugenics, been given over to delusions by God as a chastisement, and he allowed them to continue their errors with the bogus germ theory and subsequent vaccination damage. Godless philosophy produces godless practices, and they reap what they sow. Eventually, they will learn and reject pagan evolution and its destructive practices. Oh, okay. So I would add to the book the coincidence of doctors who embraced pagan evolution and eugenics. I see. Being given over to delusions by God as a chastisement, and he allowed them to continue their errors with the bogus germ theory and subsequent vaccination damage. Well, I personally don't believe that that's mutually exclusive. You can still believe in evolution and believe in God. Not that the theory as it's taught is true, but I also don't believe that, boom, God made us 6,000 years ago. I think the earth is, and humans are 81 million years old or more. That's what is taught out of India. Not that we're 6,000 years old or even 130,000 years old, like some people teach. I believe we're at least 81 million years old, but amazing book, probably my favorite book that doesn't sugarcoat anything and breaks things down to basic facts for anyone to understand. So on fire with the information. Self-published books may not have the advertising and flair of other books, but this one is absolutely packed with information, way more than just vaccines. If you want to learn about medical freedom, corruption in the healthcare world, and how to protect yourself, buy this book. Everyone needs to read this book. It's an eye-opener. These facts need to get out. Anyone planning a family should read it. Anyone with a baby should read it. Anyone who cares about their health should read it. Did you know the DPT shot has been banned in most of Europe and Japan since 1975 due to its extreme toxicity, but American children still receive it? Holy! Did you know each year there are approximately 950 deaths from the whooping cough vaccine as compared to 10 deaths from the actual disease? Did you know there's no proof anywhere that vaccines are safe? Did you know there have been no long-term safety studies completed on vaccines? Oh my God. Bro. The contagion myth was also banned? Oh my. The concept of viruses was never proven by the Holy Grail of standards Koch's postulates. Let's look that up. Copy. I'm gonna go to YouTube. Okay. Koch's postulates. Pasteur. It's exception. This one's 5 years old. 5 minutes. Get to the bottom of this. I don't think this is going to give us the truth.
Germ theory of diseases describes that diseases are caused by tiny germs. This is an accepted scientific theory for many diseases. These tiny germs invade human beings and animals. Their reproduction within the host cause diseases. Many scientists had proposed the germ theory, even much before Pasteur's experiment. But all those proposals remain unrecognized. Girolamo Fracastoro suggested that diseases are caused by invisible living organisms transmitted from one person to another. This was further supported by Marcus von Planches. Planches not only stated that living germs are the causative agents of diseases, but also said that different germs are responsible for different diseases. However, these views were dominated by Gale theory. The concept of germs to diseases had become quite general during the 18th century. In 1842, Oliver Wendell Holmes believed that puerperal fever, a disease of childbirth, was caused by a germ carried from one mother to another by midwives and physicians. At the same time, Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis, from Hungary, started using antiseptics for hand disinfection during obstetrical operations. And he also explained the importance of hand disinfection to other physicians, and advised them to use. This has gradually reduced the rate of deaths caused due to infections associated with childbirths. Semmelweis was called a savior of mothers. He then published the concept and prophylaxis of childbed fever in 1861. His work was ignored though the concept of antisepsis was brought into life. Later, the important and a priest had successful silkworm disease. On the fermentation, Pasteur had successful.
Here we go.
The other side, Louis Pasteur had successfully worked on the fermentation issues and pebrine disease. Pebrine is a silkworm disease that ruined the silk industry in France. Pasteur was then challenged to work on anthrax by the French government. Anthrax is a disease of cattle, sheep, and rarely human beings. He isolated the microbes from the blood of infected animals. Simultaneously, Robert Koch was also working on anthrax in Germany. Because of his interest in bacteriology, he continued to work on anthrax, and discovered that the germs that cause anthrax are rod-shaped. He also isolated these germs from the blood of animals that were died of anthrax. In his experiments, he inoculated the isolated germs into a healthy animal. Then he observed that these animals had developed similar kind of symptoms of anthrax. He finally provided the first evidence that bacteria are the causative agents of diseases
Oh
in
my
animals.
god. That's what it's based on? He injected blood into the sick person's blood into another person that got him sick? Well, fucking congratulations. I could have told you that. You put a sick person's blood into a healthy person. You inject a sick person's blood into a healthy person. It's going to get him sick. Yeah, well, first of all, you're injecting it. So stop right there. Oh my god. Madness.
This has led him to establish conscious postulates, a series of 4 principles, to support germ-to-disease concept. The organism must always be present, in every case of the disease. The organism must be isolated from a host containing the disease, and grown in pure culture. Samples of the organism taken from pure culture must cause the same disease when inoculated into a healthy animal in the laboratory.
Right there.
The organism must be isolated from the inoculated animal.
Alright. So, of course, it's going to be the same organism because it's coming from the same type of animal. But when they say samples of the... Let's see, the host organism... Okay. So the organism must always be present in every case of the disease. Okay, so this is obviously going to happen because what I'm saying is it's actually the breakdown product of the sick person. So the green thing here is coming out of the red thing and not the other way around. So that explains that. The organism is always present because that's where it's coming from. So what they're testing for is something that is the breakdown product of the tissue. The organism must be isolated from a host containing the disease and grown in pure culture. Okay, so what they do is they take the blood, all right? So we know that it's blood because they show it right there in the vial. All right? If they're not killing the animal, like grinding up its tissue, it's coming from the blood. So they take the blood out. And if you look at vaccines, what the ingredients are, where they get the supposed ingredients, it's blood. Monkey blood, fucking chicken blood, all type of different shit. Cow blood. The organism must be isolated from a host containing the disease and grown in pure culture. So they take the blood out of the person who's sick, and then they put it in a petri dish, and they see the tissue break down even more. They see the blood break down into more green stuff. They take the red stuff, it's going to keep breaking down into the green stuff. Because they took it out of, you know, the body that could have potentially become healthy again. But, okay, the organism must be isolated. We got that. Pure culture. Samples of the organism. Okay, so they take the rotting blood and they inject it into a healthy animal, and the healthy animal gets sick. You know, they putting this shit right in the bloodstream. It's literal shit. And then the animal's feeling shitty, you know, and the animals, let's see, they inject it. Okay, so now look. You might have to go back for a second vaccination. The amounts of shit that they're pumping into you, that they're shooting into your fucking veins, the amount of shit that they fucking shoot right into your bloodstream. It's not like you step in shit or somebody like shits themselves and it gets on you. You know what I'm saying? They're not sneezing into your fucking mouth. They're taking a concentrated fucking poison and injecting it right into your goddamn bloodstream. And if that's not enough, they're going to do it again. So you might have to get 2 fucking shots of COVID to get sick and to start to kill you. And then they can get your tissue that's starting to break down. Oh my God, this is Koch's postulates that germ theory is based on. Wow, if you let somebody's blood rot, all right, you inject it into another person, and if they don't get sick, you inject it into them again and again, like what happened to the poor guy who was the test dummy for Jonas Salk's first vaccination against cowpox. That kid died. I think he was 22. We could look that up. All right, the first person who was vaccinated, dead. What does that tell you? Back to my original post. Viruses only come from inside a person. The discovery of, so this is where I'm at. The discovery of germs. Let's see, the tests supposedly, for germs viruses only come from inside a person. The tests supposedly for germs only what's on a test? Record. The tests supposedly for germs only record, it's proteins. It's some type of protein. They only are for viruses only come from inside a person. All vaccines are based on false experiments. Boom. Tests, false experiments. There is no virus on the outside getting people sick. It's their own body. It's their own body breaking down from eating junk food. From eating junk. I'm not going to call it food. Plus consolidate. That's the real disease. But you won't hear about it on the news after a word from our sponsor. To them, you're just a you're a number, you know? To me, all life is sacred. To me, all life is sacred, and I'll fight for you too. To them, you're just a sales report. That's not really, you're just part of a sales report. To them, you're not even to them, you're To them, you're a number on a sales report. To them, you're what's the industry term? Part of the bottom line. You're part of the what's like a fucking slick way that these yuppies talk about? Oh, increased sales. Oh, fourth quarter. Oh, I don't know this fucking terminology. What's the word that they use like to talk about, you know what I'm saying? Fuck. They say things like, oh, company morale. See, I don't even know the technical terms. To them, you're just, let me see something. Sales lingo. Slang terms all reps should know. Yeah, pharmaceutical reps, right? You motherfucker. BANT. Budget, authority, need, and timeline. Oh my god. You sicko. Bottom of the funnel. Okay. Brag book. Closed question. Deal flow. Decision maker. Draw. Emotional sale. CRM. What's that? Features, advantages, and benefits. Is that going to fit in? Let me put this all at the end here. To them, you're just blank. You're just features, advantages, and benefits. No. Gatekeeper. To them, you're just intellectual sale. To them, you're just a potential sale. To them, you're just another sale. To them, you're just another sale. To me, all life is sacred, and I'll fight for you too. Boom. Viruses only come from inside a person. All vaccines are based on false experiments. There is no virus on the outside getting people. There is no germs. There are no germs. Oh, but what about kids and germs? No, you're getting your fucking kids sick with the food with the shit you feed them. Viruses only come from inside a person. All vaccines are based on false experiments. False is not a strong enough word right here. What's a synonym for false? That's like more fucking sadistic. Check out what the vaccines mean. What they are meant to do. Same link. Okay. Yeah, it's the luciferase. They want to monitor everybody so they can make algorithms for more sales, I think. False. Incorrect, untrue, wrong, erroneous, fallacious, faulty, flawed, distorted, inaccurate, inexact, imprecise, invalid, unfounded, untruthful, fictitious, concocted, fabricated, invented, made up, trumped up, unreal, counterfeit, forged, fraudulent, spurious, misleading, deceptive. Fraudulent. All vaccines are based on fraudulent experiments. Falsified. Okay. I think that's it. Now. Oh wait, to just another sale. Yep, got that. Okay. Germ theory. No. Okay. I'm gonna put this. Jeez, I kind of want this book. Goodbye Germ Theory. I don't know. This we put down. No. Conspiracy. Germ theory, deception. Okay. let's start with this.
and permit.
Copy. All right. We're gonna put this. We're gonna go down. We're gonna do. Let's see. Upload YouTube. Here we go. Oh my God! Really? Oh, here it is. We're gonna go large to the left. Viruses only come from inside a person. Okay, pleomorphism and okay, so we're gonna put germ theory deception. Okay, and then we're gonna go underneath here, and we're gonna put let's see. We're gonna go Louis Pasteur versus Antoine Béchamp and the germ theory of disease causation. Part 1. See, I don't like that. We do not catch diseases, we build them. Antoine Béchamp. Yeah. Let's do that. Boom. We'll put that here. We're gonna go, let's see, where's my... I'm gonna go paste. Huh? Hello? I'm gonna go paste. Okay. Antoine Béchamp. And then we're gonna go, let's see, colon. And then we're gonna go copy. And then we're gonna paste. Okay. Then we just link that. Nope, we're gonna link this whole thing to this. Okay. Oh, I should have taken a look at it. All right, let me check how it looks on my phone, because if this guy's going from Instagram, we'll go from, masterluki.com. We're gonna go germ theory deception. Here we go. Click on that. Viruses only come from inside a person. All vaccines are based on falsified experiments. There are no germs on the outside getting people sick. It's their own body breaking down from eating junk. That's the real disease, but you won't hear about it on the news after a word from our sponsor. To them, you're just another sale. To me, all life is sacred. And I'll fight for you too. Okay. Let's see. I'm just thinking how to post this. Should I just send him a link, or I'll post it on, what I'll do is I'll post it on my story. Maybe I'll post it on my story. No. Let me try this. I'm gonna rotate my phone. Okay. And then see if this looks better. No, it doesn't. Alright, fuck it. How am I gonna post this? Let's see. Germ theory deception. Alright. I'll just take a picture like this. go to Instagram. I did this for this man because he wrote amazing. He says, Lukuma web text, YouTube, or PDF would be amazing. At Lukuma. So there we go. Amazing is the code word from Dr. Jubb. So what that tells me is this guy is an agent from the benevolent Illuminati. Boom. Teamwork. Just so I can get this done. Either that or he does want to learn, and either way, I'm good. So I'm just going to put a little tilt on this. And this is on my Instagram. I'm going to go just adjust here and go like this. Zip, a little twist. Alright. And let's see. Now I got to move it up a little bit this way. Let's try this again. Boom. There it is. A little more tilt. Alright, now we're going to take the contrast up. Nope. Take the contrast down. We're going to take the brightness down to make the black pop. Boom. Let's see, structure. Let's take structure up. It's going to clean it up a little bit. And we're also going to do sharpen. Boom. Not all the way. Okay. And then I'm going to say, let's see here. Whoops. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it. How do I see it? How do I see it? Viruses only come from inside a person. All vaccines are based on falsified experiments. There are no germs on the outside, people getting people sick. Here we go. That's what I'm writing. There are no germs on the outside making people sick. It's their body breaking down from eating junk. Okay, link, no, full article in bio. No, just put link in bio. Link in bio. There are no germs on the outside making people sick. It's their body breaking down from eating junk. Link in bio. Okay. Okay, now I gotta go to my bio. I'm gonna edit profile, and I'm gonna change masterluki.com to Life Food Certified.com. Alright, well, if I don't make it to the morning, you know what's the reason. Big Pharma took me out. So, I had to do it, even though, you know, it's a possibility because they've been taking out doctors and chiropractors and naturopaths and stuff like that. Just been dying mysterious deaths, you know? So, if that's my fate, so it be. I have to try because if I believe that I'm the chosen one, and they haven't taken me out yet, there's a reason why. Because they actually want me to be successful. So, here I am. Oh, now I got to tell that kid that I posted that for him. So he's on the notifications. Since your post includes information about COVID-19, we've added a link to a health source. Oh, great. What does this say? For information about COVID-19, visit cdc.gov. Yeah, okay. Okay, I posted something for you on my site. If you wanna click my bio to get to the article. I posted something for you on my site. If you want to click, if you want, click my bio to get to the article. Well, there you go. He came at me. I twisted it around and made something out of it. And there it is, germ theory deception. Oh, I learned a lot today. I want to watch that Job video again and again, though, because there's certain things that need to be clarified. We got the SPECT, single positron electron chromatographic tomography. Single positron electron chromatographic tomography. So basically you have the two different colors, or the two different sides to the spectrum, the positron, the electron, and that's represented by the opposite colors on the where is it? On this spectrum here, what are the two opposite colors? Can you see? So you have the two different colors, the red and the blue. And then when you look at these SPECT readings, no macaroni today. I had apples and cheese. It's my last meal for a while. I'm fasting now. I'm gonna have a ginger tea and that's it. Last thing going in, except my own fluids. Was I just about to look up? SPECT. Single positron electron cartographic tomography. You see, you got the two different colors here. All right. So what they could do is they could take a bunch of these and then make like a GIF out of it, which see if we can get that. No? Looking for a GIF. Let's try just SPECT. Okay, that one we saw. That one we saw. So this is the kind of stuff that they did on the brain. Where it's like layers. They go down a layer and they take a picture and they turn that into a into a video. They go down these multiple layers, you know. You see? So you take this and you go and you just play them all. You play them over and over. Like you can make a GIF out of this. and you see this would look like it's glowing, like this. No, oh, there it is. And then they'll see where the brain is lit up. You see? So, as far as behavior goes, all of these areas correspond to different all these parts of the brain. It corresponds to different language and behavior. So it could be explained that through something like biofeedback, where you have these diagrams of the hand or the foot, and each part of the hand is connected to a certain organ system. Right? Biofeedback hand chart. You also have a foot chart. You have an ear chart. Okay. This is cool. So you get these things on your face. People get pimples in specific areas that's connected to different organs. I have a slur that I've had since I was a kid, since basically I was formed. My lower left quadrant here. So I'm seeing this in the video as my right quadrant, just because the phone is using the backwards camera. But hopefully I'm flipped on your screen. This is my lower left quadrant. So this is the colon. In particular, the sigmoid colon comes in this way. So because this area of my colon is, let's see, innervated. Is that the right word? It doesn't have enough circulation because the toxic byproducts of the mold is considered to be a neurotoxin, so the charge can't flow. You also have overuse over 40 years, hardly ever, basically never being empty, always having food coming down the pipe. So the muscles and the tissues never rested, combined with other things like, acid, whatever. You just got a condition there. Now, I slur my tongue. So everything here in the bottom left, it's like a core. If you could just imagine this line going all the way down to the lower left side of underneath my belly button. So if you take your hand and you touch where your belly button is and you go down and to the left, that's where your sigmoid colon starts to go out through your anus. So it comes from the front to the back. The sigmoid colon comes, in a circle from the bottom right quadrant up, over, down, and then once it gets back to the middle, the sigmoid colon, it goes down and out your butt. So that's here, right? Everything's connected. This biofeedback, same science that biofeedback is based on. So, what was I saying that? Oh, okay. So yeah, so that's also, everything is connected. Now you have the SPECT. You have this brain here, and because behavior, people think that it comes from the brain, but what's happening is you have a situation like what I have here, but then it goes everywhere. It's not just here. It's not just in my colon. It's my whole left side of my body. It's more like a beam, a light, like a light particle that's glowing out. So it's not just a line. It's not just going somewhere, right? It's not just one spot. It's not just connected one line to another line like they think in Chinese medicine with the acupuncture and stuff. It's not lines, it's here, but it's not here. It's like, no, it's everywhere. It's a spot that can be condensed. It can be focused in that one spot, but it's affecting everything. Everything. From brain function to behavior to tissue changes to, strength, feeling strong, not feeling strong. Now, so my colon, I also have an issue on the right side where you have the ending of the small intestine, and those two are the primary spots that I am healing by fasting. So I emptied out, over the course of years, I emptied out all junk food. Then I emptied out anything that wasn't a focused recipe. So you have healthy recipes, but then you have specific recipes like a medical formula, right? So I created Master Lukey brand to be the medicine for my life, to fix not only my financial situation, which is part of health, right? The living conditions, relationships. So Master Lukey brand is my medicine for emotional health, but for physical health. So I only started eating my own personal recipes over the last, let's say, without having an exact date, 5 years. For the last 5 years, strict Master Lukey brand. Before that, I was Life Food certified since 2014. So we're talking 15 years now. 15? No. 6. Okay, so maybe my dates are wrong. Strict Life Food certified over 5 years, that's for sure. Master Lukey brand, I thought it was more than, it's definitely more than 2. I guess it's not 5, because it was a couple of years going from Life Food certified strict. Now I started learning about Life Food certified in 2005. I even got certified as a chef. But as far as being totally 100% strict Life Food certified, that didn't happen until 2014. So from 2006 to 2014, which was 8 years, I mostly stuck to Life Food, but there were periods of time when I would relapse and have a situation, So every time when I had this situation, I was like, oh, fuck, I felt better. I was better off sticking to the Life Food. So, but then, these food addictions, they come back in the form of cravings from these microorganisms that live inside the gut. So I had to clean, I had to cleanse, and then I was able to go strict Life Food certified when I cleaned out my organs, particularly my liver, my gallbladder. Now, I cleaned out the intestines, but there's still the situation of rest. So that's where I'm at now. I finally, now I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I'm not going to fail. I'm going to stick with this fast this time because I can see why it didn't happen in the past, but this time I ended it on the perfect note, which was my one recipe that I'm sticking with as my product. So this is a pumpkin seed cheese, and if you go back an hour or so, you can see me pull it out of the fridge, and this is going to be my recipe that I'm starting my food brand with. I've had other recipes that I kind of made into products, like my Power Sushi, I had one called Dino Scales, which was just regular pumpkin seeds, but they were salted they were soaked in salt water, so they got salty on the inside. Then I dehydrated them to make them crunchy, so they were like a popcorn that was protein and healthy. So I basically took that recipe and turned it into a gourmet cheese wheel. And my brother has signed on as the financier for that business, so we're gonna do that. That was the reason why I ended my eating on that note with my cheese. Now I'm gonna do something that is more important than food, which is my own personal physical capabilities. My thing is, if you're healthy, you could do anything. And what I'm trying to undertake is so tough that I have to go through so much to make this happen, that I need to be, there can't be any slack. There can't be any mistakes made in terms of, falling off the wagon, or not being strict with my behavior. I'm talking about fighting here. Master Lukey brand, it's not just health food. It's not just one of the things I want to get into is fitness modeling. But it's not just modeling. I have to fight. So there's no room for error. And that's why I have to go to this extreme measure. I'm not going to have any cravings, Al. You know why? Because I cleaned out all the parasites. I cleaned out all the microorganisms that were craving that stuff. I don't get any cravings for junk food. I do battle with depression and anxiety, and that has to do with having enough energy and having a steady energy. So the cravings that I get now is like I crave things that are going to stimulate my dopamine and serotonin. So I do coffee, sweeteners like honey, and I'm still going to do my Dragon's Mist, which is my mixture of Yohimbe and Tribulus. But I'm going to try to just stick with urine therapy and Dragon's Mist. And I'm going to try not to drink anything else. So be borderline dry fast. We'll see how it goes. That's going to be it for me right now. I hope I have good energy tomorrow to stream again, because this is let's see, this is going to be the strictest I've ever been. This is the most strict I've ever been. I've done fasts before where I've had icy drinks where I make myself I'll take like a ginger, or I'll take chocolate powder and mix it with honey and ice and make like a chocolate ice, or I'll take like apple juice and just chew the ice. But this time I'm gonna go hardcore. I'm gonna go almost like what would be considered a hard dry fast, except I'm probably going to be doing urine therapy at least. I'm going to have to take a shower because I'll be training, and rolling with people and getting their sweat on me. So the other thing was with the snake diet guy, he's got a website which I'm trying to get on, a Facebook group. So I'm going to have to find the motivation to post pictures, and then maybe I'll use this stream as a way to do that. So you know, see you tomorrow, I hope, right? Or I hope you see me tomorrow. Yeah. Master Lukey, over and out.